Okay, give me a sec. I need to finish my food. Just give me a minute, okay? I'll be there soon. Just give me a minute. Okay, hold on. I'm out of water. I need to go get my water, and then we'll start. Let's go. Let's go. What's up? Howdy. Yeah, sorry, I rolled out of bed a little sleepy. A little sleepy. Um, sleepy. Pigeon was sleeping right next to my head. By which I mean, of course, that she kept me up until like 4 a.m. by sort of stomping around the bed before settling on a particular patch of blanket and purring loudly. Cute little baby. Hello. Not happening, Matt. Did I do something to my hair? I took it out of a beanie. Wow, money already. Yeah. What is this? ContraPoints is siding with Amber Heard. Heard. Is this really siding with her? I spoke up against sexual violence, faced our culture's wrath. I became a public figure representing domestic abuse. Is this not objectively correct? Wasn't she the abuser? Didn't they both abuse each other? Right? But like maybe she was worse? Does your ear hurt? No. Mutual abuse doesn't exist, Fosh? Oh, you're right. I'm sorry. I forgot about that. There's no such thing as mutual abuse. Can it not be so stuffy in here? Oh, hey, Merrick. It is objectively correct. There's so much evidence Johnny started it. We're going to talk about Amber Heard, and it's going to be great because I haven't seen a single second of the trial. Not only have I not seen a single second of the trial, I haven't even seen another person's video of the trial. I actually know literally 0 things about it, which means that my brain is pure, unlike you people. Yeah, I can, man. That's wild. Copying Kyle Kalinske again. Or copying each other in this case. I think it's the specific sexual violence phrase. Listen, I'm gonna keep it 100 billion jillion gajillion with you, okay? I don't care about the details of the case. I hope bad people get morbed. I don't know. I don't care. Like, they're both super powerful people. What? Like, I don't. If you can't get me to care about the vast majority of like celebrity shit, you're not gonna get me to care about this. The only thing that I know is that the cultural consequences of Amber Heard losing the case are going to be more insufferable than the cultural consequences if Johnny Depp had lost the case. That's not a moral statement. It could well be the case that Johnny Depp is like objectively 100% in the right. I don't know because I don't know anything. All I know is that the insufferability is going to be amped up massively. Then why not care? Because I'm a goddamn man. No joke, this is OJ for white people. Yeah. And well, OJ was a murder case, you know. It was a murder case and he did the goddamn murder, you know. This is like a mutual abuse. It just seems like messy. Was the OJ thing that there wasn't like some mutual I don't know. I don't even know that much about the OJ case. I'm white, whatever. We have validation for a male victim now. Listen, okay? The people who fucking hate Amber Heard don't give a shit about male victims. I can tell you that much. Oh god, did they take it from me? Why does Vermin do this? I have the paper towels. Why? Oh god. Listen, I'm gonna learn everything that I need to know about the Johnny Depp Amber Heard case when Epic Rap Battles of History does a video on it, alright? That's what I'm gonna learn. I'll get all the info that I need on the case will be done in 3.5 minutes of battle rapping. That's all I need. Can't wait, yeah. Thought you said I don't watch anymore. Well, I'll watch that one for news purposes, you know? I learned everything I know about World War II from that one, yeah. Uh, God. Such a stupid case. Wait, don't we have a debate later? I have to save some of my brain energy for that. When is that? I'll check my email in a bit. Were you debating? Ain't it in the title? Debating centrist translating. What more do you need to know? This is about 3 minutes and teaches you all you need to know. No, you don't understand. I don't want to know anything. You people are fucking polluted. Your minds are darkened by this information. I don't care. Listen, the information on this, like the broader lesson is so fucking obvious, okay? What are we trying to derive from this? What moral, what are we trying to get from this? Can men be abused? Yeah, obviously. Fucking dipshit. Fucking moron. Now finally people know that males can be yeah, if you needed this to tell you that, I don't know where you were at beforehand, you know. The funny thing about the Me Too thing is that this is a net neutral for Me Too, because you can say she, like, lied with the Me Too thing before, but right now, Johnny Depp is just Me Tooing her. They don't know what Me Too is. It's like, they're like, well, this instance of Johnny Depp speaking up about the abuse he suffered is a stunning rebuke to the validity of the Me Too movement. What the fuck are you talking about? What? What do you think he's doing? Now, Me Too has been women. Yeah, exactly, you know. But keep in mind, conservatives do not give a shit about men being abused, okay? If you're a guy and you get, like, beat by your wife or whatever, all they'll do is laugh at you for not being enough of a man to defend yourself, okay? They don't give a shit. They just hate women. This is like the abortion thing all over again. Do they care about fetuses? No, they don't. They do care, however, about punishing women for having sex. Yeah. They both won defamation against each other, right? Yeah, weirdly too, right? Because Heard won it in the UK, but Depp won it in America. But the UK, it's much easier to sue somebody for defamation. Just interesting. Yeah, different judges and country. Yeah, I'm just saying, the laws are different. By proxy in the UK, yeah. Both these people have all the resources they need to deal with their abusive relationship. There are millions in this country who don't. I get what you mean. I don't like playing it that way, though, because, like, rich people are miserable fucks. So if we're trying to maximize for happiness, like, you can have all the money in the world, but, people still get fucked up over, like, abuse stuff, you know? But yeah, it's true. Like, it's true in the sense that, like, it's much harder if you're abused, but then it's like, ah, shit, I don't have the fucking money to go live in a new place or whatever. Hey, look, Sander. A lot of new evidence on Johnny's side was brought in the new case. Don't tell me that evidence, Zan. I'm living in peaceful ignorance. My level of engagement for Hollywood celebrities inflicting emotional and physical damage on each other is minimal. Yeah, no spoilers. Exactly. Did I watch Aquaman? Why the fuck would I have watched Aquaman? Have you heard about the GOP already gearing up to steal the 2024 elections? I mean, they've been doing that pretty openly, but what particular piece of information are you referring to now? I'm disappointed by your lack of sexism when it comes to the Amber Heard trial. See, being haha funny sexist is only really funny when everyone gets it's a joke, and right now the Amber Heard hate wave is larger than any other political cause in the United States right now. Like, never before have people been so united. You know? Yeah, I don't want to contribute to that, even ironically. Was it Amber Heard and Aquaman? I don't know. Why would I watch Aquaman? What kind of fucking degenerate would you have to be to watch a DC universe movie? Like, what kind of sicko, psychopath, child abusing, pedophile serial killer would you have to be to wake up one morning and think, yeah, I'm going to watch, I'm not just going to watch cape shit. I'm going to watch the worst order of cape shit, you know? Like, I'm not just going to consume superhero media. I'm going to go out of my way to look for the bottom of the barrel, the low quality shit. You know, we're gonna go dumpster diving for cape shit, as though there's not enough of it. Like, you're starved for cape shit. You know. Morbius. Well, I haven't seen Morbius. You literally watched Batman? Okay, Batman was good though. Also, Batman may be DC Universe movie, but Batman isn't part of the shared universe that the Justice League movies were done for. That's what I'm referring to here. I wouldn't. Yeah. You just don't like cape shit? There's some cape shit that I'm okay with. A lot of it's really bad though. I mean, the main problem is with cape shit is that like the medium kind of imposes a certain standard of quality that is not good enough. You know what I mean? Most cape shit movies are overblown, overpriced, or sorry, overexpensive, um, morally unambiguous, uncomplicated, unchallenging. You know, there are exceptions. I think that Guardians of the Galaxy 2, I think was fairly challenging in a way that I found, respectable. Bosch secretly watches the Flash TV show. Yeah. What's the best Marvel movie, in your opinion? Ragnarok or Thor Ragnarok or Guardians of the Galaxy 2. Thor 2 is challenging in a way, yeah. Thoughts on Kenobi? Haven't seen it. Oh god, it's happening again. Oh no. Oh god, oh no. Oh god, oh no. Seen the new Thor trailer? Nah, I just defended the fucking... The fucking, Christian Bale shit. Sasha, what the fuck am I looking at here? I look good. What's happening again? Oh, I went goblin mode there, apparently. Please don't get caught in a media stun lock, but it's so easy to distract me. Oh shit, speaking of, I need my fucking Adderall, or we're gonna be here all day. Amber Heard is literally a crazy psycho. She shat in his bed and tried to cut him a few times. Who hasn't tried to cut a bitch? Didn't people say the shitting on the bed thing was actually like the dog or something? That makes more sense. I don't know. Yes? No? They proved it was her. Alright. Oh god, see this right here? Oh, I'm never asking a rhetorical question again about the Amber Heard case. Holy fuck. I'm actually gonna get a headache just looking at this. Jesus Christ. No! After watching 72 hours of court testimony, they proved that the diameter of the asshole of their dog was not sufficient to leave that turd. Like, holy shit. Okay. Never mind. Don't talk about this again. Wow. God almighty. This is going to be Gamergate 2.0. Yeah, the Daily Wire was promoting anti-Amber Heard stuff, you know. Look, again, it's not a biased thing for me. I don't know enough about the case. I don't know anything about the case. I don't know who's in the wrong. People are saying that Heard was worse than Depp, but they both were abusive. I don't know. Like, whatever. It's celebrities, you know. You can't get me. But conservatives have been pretty clearly, leaning towards Johnny Depp with this whole thing. And the funny thing is that Johnny Depp got in trouble for joking about assassinating Donald Trump. He's is an interesting guy to throw the weight behind. Which of course I don't endorse. It's horrible. Yeah. Little trolling. Little trolling done here, but the community, like, what do you call it? The media discourse surrounding the trial case has been psychotic. Can I just spend a minute talking about everything about the case that isn't the case? Can we talk about that for a second? First of all, true crime people, you're all psychopaths. You can't true crime ongoing events. You can true crime shit that happened in the 60s. Okay? I don't know why, I don't know how the fuck these wires got crossed. You're not true criming when nobody's been convicted yet. You're just like a like the peanut gallery. Okay, that's not yeah, but people are being psychotic about this. You know, I'm seeing people on TikTok and Twitter, you know, it gets screenshotted. They're like, is anyone else gonna miss like the courtroom? Because the social experience of coming together to watch the ongoing trial has like, you know, it's a court case. Jesus. And by the way, I know that people engage in a degree of spectacle for pretty much all public events, but like this shit didn't happen with like the Derek Chauvin case, you know? After murdering George Floyd. Like it's not like lefties online were like, "Oh, I'm going to miss seeing we're going to miss this courtroom with the testimony with like no, it's specifically the celebrity psycho shit. That's one. For two, by the way, if you're super invested in this, this is celebrity culture, okay? This is people are like, I would never get invested in celebrity culture. I don't even pick up those magazines right at the checkout line of the supermarket. You're doing it right now. This is celebrity culture, okay? You're not... Yeah, it's tabloid shit. Yes, it is. You can't get around that. It's just celebrity drama. Your investment in this is no different than the people who were freaking out about Lindsay Lohan's DUI or Britney Spears' everything. Though I argue you could get a decent, like, you know, political bent for the whole conservatorship, but Britney Spears has been drawing headlines for decades, so, you know, it's just celebrity shit, you know, woo! Like, your congratulations. If you're fine with that, you know, go ahead. I'm just saying. Just saying. Anyway, more stuff. The Me Too. This is not people. Okay, let's Twitter trends. Twitter trends. Me Too. It's always, you know, this proves Me Too is, you know, maybe we're getting the bounce back on the discourse now, and people are going to be going like, this doesn't disprove Me Too. We got a Me Too net neutral here. Okay, if you look up Me Too right now, the trending tags are Me Too is dead and Me Too dead. And by the way, I know this isn't intentional, but does anyone else feel like the little pop-up icon they do next to Me Too on Twitter looks like a pussy? A little bit? Like you've got like a vertical line with like a bump at the top, and it's like 1 pixel wide, you know, like I'm seeing it from a distance, and no, I kind of see it, you know. It's a bit small, I can't see. Well, that's the point. If it was larger, then I'd be able to make out the fact that it's 3 hands that are up, but it's like pink flesh tone. Like the hands are flesh tone, and the whole thing is... No, okay, never mind. Your mind is darkened. Yeah, I know. All right, Me Too dead. Let's see. Whenever you look through, like, this is selection bias. Well over the place. You know, if you want to, you can find people who are saying this isn't about Me Too. There are people who are saying that it is. We have a high IQ take. What am I supposed to do? Like, this 117 likes is demonstrative of a huge trend that we need to pay attention to. Now, I'm not even going to bother trying to prove it. Look, at the end of the day, this is Me Too neutral. First of all, wait, me not? What the fuck does that even mean? Wouldn't it be not Me Too? Couldn't they say Me Poo? Wouldn't that be funnier? Didn't she poo? You all told me she pooed. Why wouldn't it be Me Poo? Like, that's an easy one. Okay. Anyway, people are talking about the Me Too movement. If you might recall, the Me Too movement is all about, you know, getting people to speak up about abuse, sexual harassment, rape, violence that they're experiencing, generally in the workplace, but, you know, pretty much everywhere. So this is Johnny Depp talking about the abuse that he suffered, speaking up about it. Like, how can you simultaneously say this is a blow against Me Too and then also say, finally, now male victims have the ability to speak up? You're doing the thing, right? That's the Me Too. You're doing it right now. You can't anti-Me Too, Me Too. It's not like anti-particles where it's, oh, what's an anti-hydrogen atom? Well, it's like a hydrogen atom, but like reversed. Like, it's the same, but it's reversed. Like, no, it's the same shit. It's the same Me Too. Yeah, here we have Tim Pool demonstrating the high IQ takes that he's known and loved for, you know. Johnny Depp's win is a huge blow to believe all women and corporate press credibility. I have no idea. Tim Pool could stub his toe and say that corporate press is not credible because his model relies on getting people to conspiratorially distrust corporate press, so they go on and watch his show, which is probably more objectively incorrect than like any other possible form of media intake. I mean, I guess he'd be up there with the corporate press like Newsweek. Anyway, I don't know what people think believe all women means. And I've had this argument with lefties too, so I guess like I guess we have to do this, but like believe all women doesn't mean believe all women, you fucking morons. Like what the fuck do you think like a woman walks in and she's like, actually I'm the Sultan of Arubai and I demand by royal decree you give me my what do you think it means believe all women? No, it means take him seriously, dumbass. Like what, like it's like you got to have it spelled out for you. Like do you think that when like civil rights protesters back in the 60s, the fucking black guys were walking around with sandwich boards on their chest that said am I not a man? Do you think they were actually asking that? Like, do you think when they're out there marching with Dr. King with the big sandwich board, like, am I not a man? Well, of course you're a man. And then you just walk away. Are you a man? Yes. Walk away. Like, what the fuck do you think they mean? They do this all the time with slogans, but the believe all woman one is such an obvious thing because nobody's advocating like. But well, I guess some people are, but like the vast majority of people are advocating, you know, not literally believe all women, but take them seriously when they say shit like, yeah, my boss is slapping my ass when they walk by. Yeah, hear all women, listen to all women. Wait, hold on 1 second. We're popping out. Listen, okay? We're popping out our safari hat and goggles because we're on retard watch. From Sneal. Vosh, you're going to look real dumb when you do the slightest bit of research about the case and look back on most of what you just said. Now, I know you typed this out while rage crying, and you don't, like, know what you're getting into here, but, like, I don't think I've made any statements about the fucking case outside of broader discourse. Eat shit. Walk into the ocean. To get a good swim and touch grass. Ocean grass. Did you know there's grass underwater? Yeah, seagrass. It's super cool, by the way. It's not grass. It's not grass. Am I not a man? Why, yes, I believe you are a man. What an odd question. Walks away. Fuck you. It's not grass. Jesus Christ. Is it not grass blades with a sandwich board? Am I not grass? Okay. All right, I'm sorry. Stop. We're trying to. Okay, sorry. Stop. Okay. So anyway, people are talking about Me Too. People are talking about feminism. I have no idea what feminism has to do about this, like with this case at all. Since the second wave feminist movement, it's been a pretty like the predominant trend of feminist advocacy has been the idea that one of the things that holds men back the most is toxic masculinity, and one of the things that toxic masculinity prevents men from doing is being open about their abuse, not just because they don't want to admit it to themselves, but also because other people will judge men for admitting that they have been abused, especially by a woman, you know, not just by a woman. Either a woman or a guy, right? Because, like, if a guy gets, like, sexually harassed by their male boss, you know, there's also a pretty big social, you know, barrier to coming forward with that. Because then it's like, you know, it's so the idea that, like, Johnny Depp opening up about abuse is a repudiation of feminist logic is idiotic. Feminists are dabbing all over this case in a good way. We did have a tweets, actually, from Anita Sarkeesian earlier in the day, and you know, people who have said this is going to be Gamergate 2. Wow, what a dark portent this brings. A fateful premonition of times to come. Yep. Oh, I know. The wide-scale celebration and joy of a survivor being gaslight's horrifying. If a rich white woman can't even be believed about what about all the bi-POC, queer, disabled folks, working class folks, and other marginalized survivors supposed to feel? Who's going to believe us? This is so spectacularly fucked up. I can't even grasp the level of misogyny. Every single... I can't even read this. It's so... Here. Now, here's the issue. Like I said, I don't know anything about the trial. So, as far as I'm concerned... Listen, let's just say my position is death for Johnny Depp and Amber Heard. Death penalty. The guillotine. Right? Let's just say that. Let's just even it out. I'm not talking about the case. I don't... Like, again, I don't know enough. I don't know anything. So, let's just say that. Yeah, for both. I don't know. For both? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know who or what. I don't know anything. So, let's even it out there. Even if that was the case... even if that was like the morally correct prescription there, okay? This is a very weird way to take it, you know? See, here's the issue. Right now, conservative media is making a very deliberate effort to turn this into a kind of victory against a totalitarian feminist ideology. You know, the idea is that feminism and Me Too are what allowed Amber Heard to do what she did, and that this is based in red-pilled Johnny Depp, who coincidentally also got in trouble for joking about assassinating Donald Trump, compared himself to fucking John Wilkes Booth. Meanwhile, Johnny Depp is smashing the matriarchy by revealing actually that women are in fact, if you can believe it, capable of saying things that are not true. Like, I don't even know if she lied. She probably... people say she lied. Again, I don't know. We're standardizing the case right now. Let's just say flat death penalty. Don't even tell me if she did or not. It's not relevant, okay? The problem is... Stop! I don't want to know anything. The problem here is that, as always, leftists have their foot in their mouth with regards to the, the response here. And I don't really understand. Like, you should be able to see the writing on the wall, okay? People in chat can't resist. You people are so emotionally invested, you literally can't help yourself from that. Thank you, wow, for being the deferred honor of being the 18th person to say, yeah, that stupid bitch lied in chat. Okay! Thank you. Thank you. But this is what I mean. This is the level of energy that people are engaging with the trial with, you know? Like, people are really riled up about this. And when the general narrative being pushed by conservatives is that this is some kind of attack on feminism, I have no idea why lefties would then go on to look at this and go like, oh, this is a good take. You know, why would you present this in a way which so obviously feeds into the narrative that the left is permissive of abuse against men? Because even from what little I know of the case, this is a very, very one-sided take here, you know? Like, you could say something like, you know, oh yeah, she was horrible to Johnny Depp, but the behavior around people has been terrible. You can do that, you know? Even ContraPoints did this. Contra, with, somebody linked it earlier. Even ContraPoints did this, where she's like, you know, the misogyny that we're facing. Look, I get it, folks, but I was around for Gamergate, okay? If you think you're going to beat back the tide of angry 14-year-olds being radicalized by watching TikToks about how Me Too was a lie because Johnny Depp spoke up about his abuse, which is not Me Too or something, if you think you're going to beat that back with, like, you know, like tear shows for women or whatever, it's not going to happen, folks, okay? You have to know how to respond to the narrative. I don't know why lefties aren't saying, like, Me Too won today. Johnny Depp spoke up about his abuse. I have no idea. Feminists won today, indicating that, you know, once you dispel with pride, men should be able to speak up about the abuse they experience. Why? Why do we play into the narrative? Why? I ask you, why? Why is Anita Sarkeesian allowed to have a Twitter account? I ask you, why? I swear to God, she's like the bell tolls, you know? Gamergate 2. Gonna happen. Because we like losing. I fucking love losing. I love losing. It's my favorite thing in the world. Oh, God. It's such a bother. It's so much. Twitter's pushing pro Amber Heard tweets so hard right now. Nah, Lilith, I think the main thing right now is mob versus like media presentation. You've got like a couple of people who are like running with the, so it's not so much pro Amber Heard as it is like anti-misogyny against pro Amber Heard. Listen, I want to be clear with you guys, okay? There's a difference between being misogynistic against Amber Heard and like being happy with justice served or whatever. However, the overlap between these two things is like 99%. Have you ever gone to the subreddit Justice Boners? You know? Ugh, Justice Boner. Black teenager caught stealing Snickers bar. Jawbone rearranged by 14 cops as they destroy, you know, like the Justice Boner subreddit is the most vindictive fucking reactionary subreddit in the world. Okay, who's been there? You know what I mean, right? Unless they've improved in the past year, because I haven't really gone there in the past year, but they've been around for a while, and from when I did go there, it's like, yeah, it's like basically like, it's basically just like bitter dads in their 50s like jerking off to videos of women who like lightly smack a guy at a bar getting decked by like some 260-pound like bodybuilder. That's the main thing that I remember, actually. It's guys who are angry at the double standard that women can hit them but they can't hit women. But like, don't get me wrong, it's a fucked up double standard. But then they'll like go to videos of a woman going like and then a guy fucking pile drives her into a spike pit, and then they're like, huh, equal rights, equal lefts, you stupid cunt. Wish I could have done that to my ex-wife. You know, and that's like the whole sub. That's like the energy of the whole sub. And that's the vibe that I'm getting from the Amber Heard stuff. Instead of, it's not like divorced dads doing this. It's like everyone getting in on the divorced dad energy. Like all the people who are wounded by Amber Heard are acting as though they personally have suffered at the hands of some kind of pseudo-feminist, you know, Me Too spouting, fake rape accusation making, you know, and then it's like, no, you're not. No, you're not, you TikToker. You're not a goddamn victim of feminism. You're a 14-year-old white boy. The only time you've been victimized by feminism is when you asked a girl out and she said no. And you're going to take that to your grave. What are you doing? Like, I swear, you go online, it's like all these people have personally been false rape accusation. Accusation, by the way, which happens at the same level of falsehood as any other. Like, there are the same number of false abuse allegations, false assault allegations, false murder allegations, more or less. False rape accusations aren't that common. Not more so than others. Some of these people also believe Jussie Smollett disproves BLM. Well, that's the thing, right? The thing is here, you could legitimately make a better case for the Jussie Smollett thing if for no other reason than because, A, the Amber Heard versus Johnny Depp thing is at least with some level of mutual abuse, whereas the Jussie Smollett was just him waking up one morning and going, what if I capture years of attention by faking a hate crime, you know? A bazinga moment, if ever I heard one. Second of all, the act of Johnny Depp repudiating her claims is a Me Too moment, whereas Jussie Smollett didn't do anything particularly black, particularly lives, or particularly matters by faking the hate crime. So, yeah, guys, I don't know. The discourse around this is cancer. You're all cancer. Celebrity culture is cancer. I take it back. No guillotine for Amber Heard and Johnny Depp. Guillotine for every other person on Earth. Okay, that's what I want. Let them be the only two left. Let them be Shinji and Asuka on the beach. Okay, let them sit there as the rolling orange waves of LCL lap at their feet. All right, and then they can go back to abusing each other, which is also what happened in the. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, dude, Zan, guys are victims of domestic abuse all the time. But the issue is that they don't want to speak up about it. Women are taught that it's okay to do it. Not like taught, you know, but they get, you know, there's a push there. And police don't take it seriously. In fact, the default police response to knowing about domestic violence in a house is they take the guy away, right? They still do that in the US, right? If the cops get called on a DV situation, the default response is like, All right, cool it. Even if no charges are going to be pressed, like, cool it down, you two. We put the guy in the drunk tank for the evening. No, they take both away? Do they take both away? I've heard it's still pretty consistently they take the guy away. Because they remove the aggressor, but when both are claiming the other is the aggressor, they default to believing the guy. I mean, there are situations where that's not the case. Like if the guy's got stab wounds all over him or whatever. But, you know. It's a bias. It's a bias. The bias is there. The bias exists. Amber Heard literally was recorded saying nobody would believe Johnny was abused if he came forward because he was a white male. Yeah, that attitude exists. And it should be pushed back against. But that's not an attack on feminism or Me Too. What she's doing right there is the thing that needs to be Me Too'd. You realize the logic of Amber Heard right there is literally no different from the logic of like fat cat business capital investor man rich boys who are fucking with their secretaries. Like, nobody's going to believe her. She's some dumb bitch, and I'm a super rich, smart guy, you know? It's the exact same logic. I will take advantage of social biases, which favor me in this particular engagement, in order to get away with abuse towards them. Yeah, Elon moment. If only Amber Heard had offered to give Johnny Depp $250,000 and a horse. She could have afforded it. You get me, though, right? Look, there are two things that you have to focus on right now. First of all, because Heard and Depp are not going to be affected by your behavior, okay? That case is done. They're ultra-rich celebrities. Nothing you do is going to affect them. Your engagement affects broader culture. Here are two things you can do. First of all, can men be abused? Obviously, yes. When they claim they've been abused, should you take them seriously? Yeah, obviously. In fact, I would go so far as to say that you should actually listen, okay, believe all women? Fuck women. Believe all men. When men talk about being abused by their part, like, you know, there are barriers up there, pretty significant ones, to coming forward about shit like that. Yeah, believe people. No, don't believe people. Come on, don't do the liberal, you know, like, you know, generalization. No. Believe men and only men. Really though, like if you hear about somebody, you know, you say, hey, my partner's treating me like shit. Hey, they hit me, da-di-da. You know, take him seriously. What, is it going to kill you? Is it going to kill you? Huh? We following? Come on. Be reasonable. And the second thing here is you got to push back on the idea that what Amber Heard did was some kind of, you know, weaponization of feminist logic. Because it really, really, really wasn't. It was just an alt-world, inverse, wacky, you know, alternate universe version of the same logic that people have historically used to engage in abuse against marginalized people. Just, they won't believe me. So look at that, you know, and push back against the logic. We are not going to get good cultural outcomes from logic like this. What is this, you know? Look, I get people are being misogynistic about Heard. They're getting insanely misogynistic about her. Okay, people are in a fucking tizzy over this, all right? But, like, if your only response looking at the situation is going like, this is so bad, now people won't believe women, blah-de-blah, you're not responding to the narrative. It's all cultural discourse is a dialectical model, okay? The model right now, they're the ones speaking, the people who don't like Heard. And what they're saying is, Heard got owned, and that's good, because now people know that feminist Me Too bullshit is harmful and not real. For you to respond to that argument with, now nobody will believe women ever again, you're not really responding to it. You're actually proving their argument. Because their argument is being fronted with the presumed empathy towards a man who was abused, and you're ignoring that in your response. You're proving their argument. You're agreeing with them. They're saying feminist Me Too bullshit is why men can't be open about their abuse, and you're saying, damn, it sure is a shame that people spoke out against, you know, the woman here who weaponized the Me Too. Like, you're validating the logic. So don't do that. Engage with it a little bit more substantively, you know? Oh, was what Amber Heard did good or bad? Well, I don't know, because I don't know anything about the case. But you might know, and you could say, yeah, it was bad. You know, I'm really glad Johnny Depp was able to have his little Me Too moment. And you could do that, you know, be a little insincere about it, like really, really dab on the discourse, you know. Me Too was proven right today. Maybe that can be the title of the video. You get what I'm saying. You get me. Cut. Get. What is this? The Great Oh, this is polling on far-right ideas from the Southern Poverty Law Center. There's a guy here who wants to debate you. We have a debate in like hour 15. Who? Who does? Is it that person who keeps complaining in chat they got banned from my Discord? What did they get banned for? You know, I can read these people like a book. I opened to page 15. Retard. Oh, bam. Debate 1. Congratulations. Give me my donos. Give me my money. Come on. Donate. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. All right, hold on. The Great Replacement. As you know, the demographic makeup of America is changing, becoming more diverse, with the U.S. Census estimating white people by minority. Generally speaking, do you find these changes to be very positive, somewhat negative, or very negative? Why would there not be a neutral option? Wait, SPLC, my answer to this would be neutral. I wouldn't accept any other... I would go to somewhat positive if I didn't have... I would not say don't know. I would go to somewhat positive if I could. My answer is neutral. I'm not happier or less happy with depending on the racial constituency of my audience. I don't like that. Thanks, carbonated H-mouth. Hold on, I'll read donos in a sec. Well, obviously, if we take a look at very negative, it's majority Republicans, and very positive, it's majority Democrats, so, you know. Do you feel changing demographics of America pose a threat to white Americans and their culture and values, or not? If yes, do you feel that way strongly, somewhat, or little? Okay, and then we have no and then yes brought out here. Where, of course, Republicans are overrepresented in the yes. Democrats and independents are overrepresented in the no. The Great Replacement. Agree or disagree? The recent change in our national demographic makeup is not a natural change, but has been motivated by progressive and liberal leaders. Oh, this is the JQ. Motivated by progressive and liberal leaders actively trying to leverage political power by replacing more conservative white voters. And then we have eight acronyms here. Jesus. Younger Democrat women, younger Republican women, younger Democrat men, younger Republican men, and then older Democrat women, older. Okay, great. So that's down here. So for strongly agree and somewhat agree, we have basically all the Republicans. Nice. Strongly disagree, you've got the Democrats. You do have a good chunk of Democrats who are strongly or somewhat agreeing with this. In terms of agree, here, hold on. So we're splitting here between Democrats and Republicans. So between young women, here's Republican and here's Democrats who agree. Between young men, it's pretty much split. Like, both Democrats and Republicans are like at 50%. For older Democrat women and older Republican women, basically, like, most of the older Republican women agree. Okay, that's interesting. Wait, that is interesting. Wait, hold on. So are you telling me that for older people, the Republicans are overwhelmingly of the belief that the libs are bringing in the Browns, and the older Democrats barely believe it at all, but for younger Democrats and Republicans, it's both pretty near 50%? Wait, that's... Why would younger Democrats be so much more of the opinion that liberal and progressive leaders are doing this deliberately than older? Nosbol vortex? No, I think they think it's a good thing. The agree here is only whether or not it's being done by, like, progressives and liberals. Like, this is probably some diversity is our strength type liberalism, right? Like 23-year-old college students who are like, I love tacos on every corner, you know. I guess it really depends on the framing. And then with disagree, you have the same thing, where there's much more of a split for older people than young people. Huh. Do they think the Great Replacement is diversity? Well, the question that they were asked did not include the phrase Great Replacement. It really depends on how you frame this. Listen, agree or disagree. The recent change in our national demographic makeup is not a natural change, but has been motivated by progressive and liberal leaders actively trying to leverage political power by replacing more conservative white voters. I can see there being some liberals who would, like, read this and clap girl boss. Of course, the term natural change is asinine. We're talking about national policy no matter what. There's no natural change here. There's no such thing. Yeah, it's a meaningless differentiator. But yeah, maybe there are probably liberals who are looking at this and soy clapping. Yeah, Bolshevik Y2K. I think they're trying to determine how many people agree with the underlying logic of the Great Replacement theory without getting them to, like, take a side on the term itself, which is how you should do polling. You know, that's a reasonable way of going about this sort of thing. Cool. Oh wait, we're not done. Agreement that the recent change in our national demographic among those who believe the 2020 election was fraudulent, rigged, and illegitimate. Okay, so here they're tracking two statistics. Believing that the no, we're tracking three statistics here. Okay, wow, getting aggressive, huh? So the strongly agree, somewhat disagree, and strongly disagree is being borrowed from this chart right here. So strongly agree refers to agreeing with the logic of the Great Replacement. Strongly disagree means strongly disagreeing with it. And then, of those groups, within those sections, we have the percentages of people who believe that the 2020 election was fraudulent and that the government is trying to use the events of January 6th to engage in political persecution against conservatives. So for those who strongly agree that liberals and progressives are deliberately shipping in brown people to displace white voters, you have a lot of people who believe the 2020 election was fraudulent, or who believe that the government is using Jan 6 to persecute. Which makes sense. Neat! Gender roles and identity. Agreement that feminism has done more harm than good by age, gender, and party. Let's go. For younger Democrat women, you still have a quarter of younger Democrat women saying this. Older Democrat women, only 10%. Oh, no. Oh, geez. Oh, gosh, golly. This is because of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial, that's why. Younger Democrat men, we've got a straight 50-50 split, basically, with whether or not feminism has done more harm than good. Older Democrat men are more positive on feminism than older Democrat women. In fact, older Democrat men, it's a clean sweep. So I guess, ladies, if you're looking for a partner who's going to treat you right, okay? Joe Biden. And then we have younger Republican women and older Republican. Wait, these numbers are wild. Hold on. So younger and older Republican women basically feel that feminism has done more harm than good at the same rate as younger Democrat men. So do we know the sample size? This is the Southern Poverty Law Center. I have to assume that the methodology here is reliable. I'm sure there's more info on the page. Jeez. Like, the difference between younger Democrat men and younger Republican men isn't that great. And more older Republican men favor the effects of feminism than younger Democrat men. Wait, literally, what? So, like, the John McCain demographic is more positive on feminism than lib TikTokers? I think what we have to do, I think we just have to drop feminism. We have to do the meme. We have to call it egalitarianism. That's what we need, folks. We need to just drop it. It'll be all the same ideas. We're dropping. Let's go. New ship. New ship. Let's go. Oh yeah, for sure, Merrick. Yeah, we're rebranding, okay? We're like a Facebook to Metaverse, okay? We're slapping right on over. I have to blame the internet for this, right? Like, the older people, especially the older Democrats, probably when they think of feminism, they think of like the feminist movement and women being allowed to wear pants. But then younger people think of like crazy SJW, like 15 piercings in the face, check your privilege, cis white males die, whatever. Cool. Cool. Gender roles and gender identity. Agreement that men should be represented and valued more in our society by age, gender, and party. What? So apparently 35% of younger Democratic women and 27% of older Democratic women believe that men should be represented and valued more in our society. Oh, for sure, Galley. Okay. Younger Democratic men, by an astonishing 2-to-1 bias, believe that men should be represented and valued more in our society. This is wild. What are by Democrat? Keep in mind that by Democratic, we don't mean like liberal. We mean vote Democrat. Where are they going to get this data? Like black households? Black households are pretty socially conservative, you know, but they tend to vote Democrat. I have to wonder, is there going to be some big turnaround at the end where they're like, yeah, we did all of our polling here in like the suburbs out of some like fucking ultra black county in Alabama or something. Yeah, I don't know. Whoa, that's racist. You look, it's this is something that white liberals don't want to acknowledge or deal with. Okay, they can't handle it. They don't have the strength, the conviction to handle it. All right, but the like reliable black Democratic voter base has some incredibly socially conservative trends that they cannot handle. You know, I swear to God, like you can listen to experiences of progressive like black fucking like young adults on TikTok or whatever, where they're like, yeah, my family votes Democrat. They also don't think I should like date a white guy. And they believe that gays are destroying society, and they think all men are kings and that women should know their place in the household. But they also vote Democrat, you know. Vosh, it says valued more, not valued more than women. Okay, I'll acknowledge it doesn't say that, but like, doesn't it kind of imply that? Yeah, yeah, really, Merrick. I I guess it kind of I think it imply. No, it doesn't imply that. You guys are insane if you don't think that it implies it. Most people believe in a male, female, men, woman dichotomy. If you say men should be like represented and valued more, the implication is compared to the alternative. That's interesting. That's what I assumed because you know, we're looking at like gender biases here. But it means more than they are right now. Don't you think they should have specified more than you are right now, more than they are right now in society? Or they should have said like more than women in our society? Like they should have distinguished whether they meant more in an absolute value or more in a relative value? Well, wait, that ambiguity makes it really difficult to know what people are arriving at. Because if we just mean more as like on their own, then I would agree. But if we mean more than women, then I wouldn't. So, well, now I don't know how to interpret this data. That's often the point. No, because now we don't know what we're looking for. Yeah, I no, I don't. I completely disregard this. Agree that transgender people are a threat to children. Let's go! Younger Democratic women. A classic. 1/4 of younger Democratic women. Um, as opposed to older Democratic women. Wow, that's crazy. Older Democratic women are the ones who would have been educated by the same feminist movement that produced the TERFs, and yet the older Democratic women are more trans-positive. It's almost like the younger Democratic women are being made anti-trans because they're exposed to conservative ideology and not because they're holdovers from 1960s feminist ideology. Then we've got younger Democratic men who are apparently just 50-50 on whether or not trans people are a threat to children, as opposed to Joe Biden. Older Democratic men right here, 2% think trans people are a threat to children. What is up with them Zoomers, huh? Joe Biden, warrior for trans people. At least 3 genders. Apparently, there's basically no difference between younger Republican women and younger Democratic women for how much they think trans people are a threat to children. Though, interestingly, younger Democratic women apparently had no ambivalent people. No, I don't know. Whereas the younger Republican women did. For older Republican women, they do think that trans people are a threat to children. And then you have younger Republican men, older Republican men. Older Republican men, younger Democratic women. Same struggle. Love that. Could it be flip-flop voters with younger people and older people don't flop so much? Well, younger here is defined as like younger than 50, but that's how polling works. Like, we're not polling Zoomers here. We just mean younger. How do we know this is not completely fucking wrong? Don't go Republican on me. What do you, how do we know this poll isn't fake news? Well, I don't, I wasn't there for it. It's the Southern Poverty Law Center. They have some experience in polling. Agree that trans people are trying to indoctrinate children through the lifestyle. Woo! That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Let's go. We got a third of younger Democratic women, an eighth of older Democratic women, nearly half of younger Democratic men, a sixth of older Democratic men, 2/3 of younger Republican women, 2/3 again of older Republican women. Let's go. 2/3 again of younger Republican men, and let's just to round it out, let's just say 2/3, even though 3/5 would be better. Older Republican men. Cool. So I guess in this case, it's older Democratic women who are carrying the torch of freedom. Nice. The younger responses could be more split because younger people are less clear about their political ideology. Maybe. Agree, gender ideology has corrupted American culture. Woo! Younger Democratic men. Actually, more people believe that than don't believe that. Now that's what I call a gamer moment right there. Yeah, it's a lot of orange over here. Since younger's under 50, couldn't it be possible majority of these people are 40 to 50? Yes. I don't think the average age is like 50 or 49 or whatever, but yes. Wait, why are people in chat keep going like, oh, well, what if they're all 50 or what if they're all 49? Do you know how polling works? Yes, we're differentiating between over and under 50. Like, you can't explain away average polling answers by going like, well, what if all of them were at the far aggregate of the broad range we were polling from? Like, yes, we're not polling Zoomers here. When I said Zoomers earlier, I was being facetious. I didn't literally mean that the younger here meant Zoomers. It says right here, younger equals less than 50, older equals 50 plus. Something tells me Democratic men are just in it for the pussy. Well, I mean, why do you think people read leftist theory? Okay, pussy drives. It's warm in there. Yeah, once again, older Democratic men carrying the goddamn torch. Yeah, like Obama did it. The long-legged socialists, or whatever the fuck he said. Yeah. Oh, we get more? Total approving for participating in political revolution, even if it's violent in its ends. Oh, well, let's get ready to disavow here. Interestingly, it looks like Democrats are actually more torch wieldy than Republicans are. 37% of younger Democrat women and 42% of younger Democrat men are approving, whereas it's 30 and 45% respectively for Republicans. Huh. I guess them young people are feeling spicy, you know? Total approval for threatening a politician who is harming the country or our democracy. 25%, 16, 40%, 17%. Ah, the Republicans are beating this on us on this one. Sorry, lads. They've got 6% more young Republican women and 6% more young Republican men. Total approval for assassinating a politician who is harming the country or a democracy. Damn. You know, the thing that I find funny is that these charts aren't wavering very much depending on their severity. Like, threatening and assassinating apparently, like, incur the same degree of support. I have to wonder if this is a product of, like, liberal, like, anti-violent sentiment. Because to a liberal, the concept of threatening a politician and trying to assassinate them is, like, the same thing, right? Like, think of how liberals act when it comes to the political enforcement of civility politics. Like, there's a line for liberals, and crossing it is just you've crossed the line. You know what I mean? I don't like like liberals aren't like, yeah, okay, we can like threaten violence, but like that's going a step too far. It's like anything over the line, you know? Um, which might be the reason why their response was so pathetic on January 6th. Like, you had a bunch of Republicans who literally tried to do a violent insurrection, and like Democrats treated them basically the same way they treated like a rowdy protest that went too far. You know, like the Democrats have never really reacted to that with a degree of severity. Yeah, like the reaction to January 6th was barely any more excitable than the reaction to like basically any other like fucking shenanigans Republicans get up to. If the Democrats had responded to Jan 6 with like mass sedition trials, that would have been a step not too far. What are you Pepe modsing me for? It's literally sedition. There were Republican politicians that backed and supported the January 6th insurrection. It's literally the definition of insurrection. It's they did it to interrupt the certification of Joe Biden as president, an interruption of the legal process. That's not some crazy leftist logic. They just didn't want to. While General Attorney Barr was under Trump was considering sedition charges um against BLM protesters. Meanwhile, Democrats weren't willing to put sedition charges against anyone involved in that. What the hell? Sedition is language intended to incite insurrection against the governing authority. Like, yes, the very vaguest of all offenses. That is true. But like, if this doesn't count, did I say erection instead of sedition? Man, maybe I do have sex on my mind. You're gonna find a bunch of different definitions of sedition, I think, because it's one of those old-timey. What's the other term? If you want something less vague. Wait, is sedition the one that's defined by like an effort to overthrow the government or to prevent the passage or enforcement of a law passed by the government? Yeah. Look it up. I don't wanna. From April 18th to 25th, Tolkien Research conducted a nationwide survey of 1,500 adults ages 18 plus, which was conducted via online panel. The margin of error for the full 1,500 is plus or minus 2.53%. Yeah. I do wish I could see how many people were broken down into each of these groups. What if there were like 5 older Democratic men or something, you know? I don't know. Never understood how 1,500 people is representative of the whole country. That's how statistics works. It's only treason if you do it on behalf of a foreign government. Ah, but what if the foreign government is the Trump regime, huh? I think we're going to be talking about the whole fucking Lamau memes, genocide, Republicans overthrowing democracy bullshit with the person who wants to debate me anyway. So save the discourse for then. Gonna have this conversation 50,000 more times. I'm gonna keep having this conversation up until the point where the Republicans actually do take over, you know? And it'll be like way less fun to have right now. Sorry, right then, you know? Because people will still deny it, you know? Like I'll be having a convo and I'll be like, yeah, okay, so as you noticed from when the Republicans won in 2024 and then immediately it declared martial law and clamped down and revoked the media passes of media that denied their victory of the election. Like as you can see, they've taken control of democracy and people will be like, dude, no they haven't. This shit happens all the time in liberal democracies. Come on. There's no proof that they haven't passed the genocide bill yet. Save me from the dawn. Wake me up. Wake me up inside. Wake me up. Can't wake me up inside. Save me. Wake me up inside. Wake me up inside. Happy Little Crackers. The Happy Little Crackers thing's so fucking funny. Fuck! Hold on. I gotta find a goddamn video. Hold on. Oh yeah, Riverboat, for sure, for sure, for sure. Dude, people act like fascism is such a rare thing, but it's the second most common general political disposition. Liberalism comes first, then fascism, and then socialism. If you break down, like, I mean, I guess there are some feudal tendencies somewhere, but generally, if you're to broadly... Wait, seriously? Yeah! Fascism is, like, super... Like, people treat it because they think... Because what they're taught is, like, yeah, fascism is Nazi Germany, but then we won. Like, the ideology of Nazi Germany is... You know, it's not Nazi Germany ideology. It's just fascist ideology, and it's all over the place. You kidding me? It's all over the place. Most authoritarian governments are varying degrees of fascist, you know? I'm sure you can find some examples of authoritarian governments that are distinctly not fascist, but it's kind of a shades of gray situation, you know? There are lots of ways to do fascism, just in the same way that there's a lot of ways to do liberal democracy. But it's pretty fucking common. Liberal democracy is not like this unchallenged, universally accepted, like, ideological paradigm all over the world, you know. Varying degrees of fascism is so vague, though. Yeah, so are politics. People obsess over categorization when it comes to political systems because they're losers and nerds and virgins. But the thing that matters the most, I think, is understanding the underlying logic of a nation's action and engagement, okay? So if you're to simplify things, in a very, very basic sense, you know, if you're to simplify things, what is the drive behind liberal democracy? Like, what brings the country forward? You know, what values carry it forward? Well, you have things like electoralism, civil engagement, democracy, you know, representative politics. The end of history is definitely something that keeps you know, like, there are certain principles that drive people's will to political engagement. But then you look at a bunch of other countries, and guys, I hate to tell it to you, blood and soil, not that uncommon of an argument. You know how hard you have to look to find countries that are having active, often violent, often militant disputes over whether or not a given racial or ethnic group is inherently entitled to a piece of land? That shit's the rule, not the exception, okay? We do that shit here to an extent. There are countries that have done it far more elsewhere. In our time here, you know, we still do it a lot here, don't get me wrong, but there are countries that do it more elsewhere. You know, like all the time. It's not that uncommon. Now you can do blood and soil shit and still be a democracy to varying extents. After all, Israel has elections and is a very blood and very soil type country. But that's why we're dealing with vagaries here, right? You know, it's not always easy to make strong, distinct political differentiations when it comes to like, oh yeah, well this country's that and that country's this, and you know, honest to God, who cares? What are you all, nerds, losers, virgins? Come on, speak with me. What is the, well, it can't be fascist because, you know, they haven't declared their prey to it necessarily controls via the advocacy for. No, 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 no. What matters is vibes. Politics is all vibes. And fascism is a common vibe. God, how many Americans make their arguments based on, like, essentialist blood and soil rhetoric, you know? How many Americans, like, if you, like, really sat them down and talked with them, like, well, you know, men are men and women are women, this is a Christian country and a white man's country, and, you know, I'm worried about gays in the country, and, yeah, you know, democracy is great and all, something's got to be done. Like, you cut past the, you know, the euphemisms, and I think a lot of people at the end of the day don't want democracy, they just want a dictator who agrees with them. You know, um, what do you have that there in captured fascism? I mean, you have fascists reluctantly and unwillingly participating in a democracy. Isn't that the nature of American democracy? American democracy for like over a century has been trying to get the fascists to play along, hasn't it? Where do you think all the Nazi supporters went in the 30s? You know, the Nazi party wasn't exactly unpopular here in the States back when Hitler was Hitlering, you know, but before World War II. You know, there's a good bit of support. Where do you think they all went? Argentina? Well, some of them, sure, but a lot of them just kind of quieted down. You know the meme of Homer retreating into the bushes? Wait, what do you think they did? Just die? No. You know, a lot of fascists consider it their prerogative to lie in wait. A lot of them, yeah, they vented. A lot of them, they basically just think, you know, okay, we'll play along this time, but one day we won't have to. Is that not like the common behavior of fascists? They're doing it all the time in the Republican Party. Like all the time. They're like, yeah, you know, we'll vote for Trump this time, but you liberals aren't going to like what comes next. You know, they're signaling what they actually care about here, which is a dictator who agrees with them. They wait, they bide their time. Theoretically, socialists do the same thing, but the socialist movement in America is basically dead, so yeah, not so much right now. We have like a fairly resilient like social democrat movement, but we don't have like a socialist movement in America. Um yeah, I want a non-binary dictator. I know. Who doesn't? You're the socialist movement, true? Can we talk about the Manson case at some point? By we, do you mean you and me? I don't know anything about the Manson case. You want to just talk at me about it? I can look into it sometime. You mean like the relation, like the analogy because he got put on trial even though he never did a crime himself, he just convinced other people to do crimes? Is there a relationship you think between that and the behavior of modern like Republicans? Yeah, there you go. Lux is willing to be a themperer. What do you think of Georgism? I think anyone who knows what Georgism means should be shot. You will never speak to the proletariat. The first proletarian you speak to will give you a wedgie. All right? That's what they'll do. And I say this as somebody who agrees with a lot of the principles of Georgism, but doesn't know what it is, because then I would have to get a wedgie, you know. That's honestly, that's the number one rule right there of participating in politics. The concepts you care about and the terms you use. Would a proletarian give you a wedgie? Okay, if you went to like a construction worker, like repaving some asphalt in a rural road, and you talked to them, and you gave them the rundown, would they give you a wedgie? And the answer for a lot of this, unfortunately, is yes. I'll consider it, Merrick. Have you seen BC and Canada decriminalizing hard drugs? No, I haven't. That sounds based in red pill, though. Yes, funny rhetorician, but he's not very consistent. Can I get a link to that? Vosh never talks about Canada. Yeah, the last time I did, you people were insufferable. Uh, Vosh, you don't understand. Vosh! It's okay when our government uses unnecessary emergency powers in order to gain unprecedented control over the finances of all political dissidents. Pay no attention to the fact that all of the major blockades were broken up by regular police action right beforehand. It was unnecessary. Vosh, what? Vosh, our country's being crippled by twucky-wuckies. It wasn't unprecedented. It was the first invocation of the law in its history. The precedent law was so controversial that its use was by fucking Daddy Trudeau was like a fucking national watershed moment. Dude, the fucking Canadian supremacists were so goddamn triggering. I can't believe the fucking posts on my subreddit, man. Vosh doesn't understand, okay? In America, maybe you wouldn't want the government to have this kind of power. America, you know, it's full of it's unsavory elements. Blacks, for instance. Canada, however, a good upstanding white country free of degeneracy is completely unaffected by these unprecedented attacks on civil liberties, you know? Nah, dude, there were some fucking Canadian chauvinists who were in my subreddit who were like, okay, America, like, maybe you can't handle this, but, like, we're different, though. You know, I saw that shit. I banned all you motherfuckers for 30 days. Then 60, and then 90 days. Because I got more annoyed with time. I banned a lot of people. I banned a lot of people. And it was very gratifying. And they were all temp bans. Canada banning handguns, Vosh. Why? Oh, I don't give a shit about gun bans in other countries. The only reason I give a shit about gun bans here in America is because the right wing has already amassed enough of an arsenal to invade the rest of the world. Canada, the revolution comes. What are you fighting off? The fucking the moose, the meese. Your handguns aren't going to save you against meese. What are you kidding? Come on. You need, like, to hit them with cars or something. I don't know. They're very large. The polar bears? Yeah, you're not gonna kill a polar bear with a handgun. I mean, maybe you can, but I think generally you don't. Moose are scary. Yeah, they're fucking scary. Moose actually win versus cars. People don't get how big moose are. People don't understand. You know, a lot of people there. It's like you know, I can't. It's really upsetting looking at them. Like here's one just crossing a path in the woods. This is upsetting. I don't understand. People they don't understand how large these things are. They're far larger than horses. You know, you can meme about that if you want, but you know, they are colossal. That's a Souls boss. Yeah, they actually had to shrink down the moose to do the Elden Ring boss, the Regal Ancestor, you know? Where is it? Where is it, like next to a car? Hold on. They're really majestic animals, though. Freaky motherfuckers. They're just so big. They're super cute, though. Beep. Look, they got a little flat nose. Look at that. Beep, beep. Honk. Friend. Oh, also, their fucking horns bleed. Can you imagine, like, being approached by this? Because they shed their horns. So yeah, anyway, you don't want handguns in Canada. You want, like, elephant guns or something. Does it hurt? I don't know if it hurts. They do the thing where they, like, scrape it against trees. Like, that's like the old horn, and then they scrape it, and then it's just the new horn for most of the year, I think. Yeah, it, like, itches. I think it just itches them. I don't think it hurts them. Oh, look, I found another picture of this specific moose. And a friend came over. A female, because no horns. Friends. That's good. Friends they may be, but they are very huge. Why are we on this tangent? Oh yeah, handguns are not going to save you from the true terrors of Canada. I like some of these are so big I can't even tell if they're photoshops. Unfortunately, a lot of these pictures are like hunting pictures, and I don't support the hunting of moose because they're cool. Here we go. Real. Oh wait, we were looking at this. BC decriminalization plan won't do much to stop toxic drug deaths, says chief coroner. Critics take issue with a threshold amount delaying with it. Wait, what are we talking about? The federal government framed its announcement that possession of small amounts of drugs will be decriminalized. Major policy breakthrough. Those close. The news has been met with skepticism. On Tuesday morning, Canadians 18 years or older will be able to possess up to 2.5 grams of opioids, cocaine, methamphetamine, and MDMA within the province as of January 31st. 2.5 grams. How much of these things is 2.5 grams? That's not much, right? I don't have like a brain like I don't know. That's like 25 pills. Okay, so maybe that's a good amount of pills. But what about like opium? Is that it's probably like a lot of some of these, but a little bit for another one, right? For methamphetamine, it's a good amount. Okay, yeah, whatever. Strong word of criticism about the low threshold for the amount of drugs. Okay, so people are saying that we need to be able to carry more drugs. Gotcha. Hold on. Vosh, moose hunting is actually hugely supported in most northern countries. Well, yeah, in some places in the world, hunting is done like for a good reason, right? Like in Alaska, there are people whose job it is to hunt wolves to keep the wolf population in check. Deer, if they become too plentiful, will eat up all the food, and then there will be like a deer famine. I assume it's the same for moose, because moose are herbivores, right? Meese? Wolves don't need to be hunted. That's a myth. Okay, all right. I'll take your word for it. I'm no expert. I thought cocaine and meth were dangerous. Well, they are. The point of decriminalization isn't that it's good to do these drugs. It's not. Guys, don't do opium, okay? Watch Contra's newest video if you doubt me. Don't do opium. The point of the decriminalization isn't to encourage people to do these drugs. It's so that while they're addicted to these drugs, they don't have to deal with being fucking arrested. See, as it turns out, being arrested is generally not a good way of dealing with people who have drug problems. It doesn't help the situation that much. They had the total drug decriminalization in Portugal that's had positive effects, which is super based. But the basic gist here is like it's like a two-step thing. First of all, you don't want people going to jail because they're addicted to drugs, okay? Now, maybe you can make an argument for arresting drug peddlers. Look, I'm in favor of total decriminalization of drugs, and even I'll admit, like, drug dealers are often massive pieces of shit? Sometimes we're talking people who are just selling a bit of weed to, like, make their college tuition, all right? But a lot of these people are, like, fucking monsters, okay? So, I'm not talking about the possession of distribution quantities. But if we're talking possession quantities, like if a person gets caught with like bricks of cocaine in their car trunk, whatever, fucking. But when we're talking about people who buy, who are addicts, who are themselves the users and not the sellers, like they're the victims here, Like a person who's hooked on opiates is not hurting society any more than they themselves are being hurt. They're a victim. Like what are they doing, Maybe there's another crime they're engaged in and get them for that, but if they're just an addict, they're the ones who are being hurt. Why would you punish them further for the crime of having already been hurt? You know? Ridiculous. So what you do is you decriminalize and you give them a pathway to living a better life, okay? Now, the easiest way to do this, the Biden administration's actually done a bit of work itself on this. People, Republicans, they get all up in arms, but safe injection sites and being given clean drug receptacles at government sites, like clean needles, whatever. Sometimes, I think Netherlands actually gives you clean heroin if you want heroin, But here's the thing, people, they get upset about this. The government's giving them the drugs. Well, you got to understand, nobody wants to be addicted. Whether you're taking clean heroin from a clean needle in a government bathroom or not, people who are addicted generally want their lives to get better. It's not like doing clean heroin off a clean needle is like you go back home and you're like this totally functional adult who's like feeling great, You're still crawling back to the government site to get more heroin the next time you need a hit. Like you still feel like shit all the time, right? So people want to get better. Most people who are addicts of hard drugs want to get better. But it's really, really tough to get better when you're broke, arrested, in jail, you fear the police, there's no avenues for you to recover, everything's bad, there's no hope. Why not just do more heroin? Right? So the government, if they provide you an avenue, like maybe in the hospital where you can get the clean heroin, maybe there are also treatment programs, basic stuff. And if you keep them in the same building, maybe somebody comes and gets their heroin when they're done with getting their heroin, they check out the other place, maybe next time. Eventually, this tends to have an impact. And there's data on this. Government-funded rehabilitation programs are an effective, statistically, significantly effective way of getting people off of drugs. And not only does this make people's lives better, not only does this reduce addiction and thus overdose rates, this also is better for the economy and costs less money than it costs to implement. You know why? Because the economic cost of drug addiction is colossal. Having hundreds of thousands or millions of people in the United States who are just absolutely broken on addiction, very economically costly. They tend to go to prison more often. They tend to drain social services. They can't hold down good jobs. They don't tend to take advantage of their education or get further educated. It is significant. So you pay for a little government program, these people get fixed up, and all of a sudden they're active, productive citizens. Now, I'm not saying we should only do this because it saves us money. Even if it didn't save us money, I think this is a good thing. The point of tax dollars is to make people's lives better, not to make back more tax dollars. I can tell by Vosh's comments he's never done any hard drugs and is just spousing common left beliefs. I mean, you say that, dude, but your mom's pussy? Whew! Harder to get off that than anything else I've ever heard of, all right? I gotta say, look, I may not have done any hard drugs, but I have been an addict, all right? I've lived the rough life. The only thing that made it better is that, unlike hard drugs, your mom came to me. No, everything that I'm saying here is objectively correct. Thank you. Bright C, I don't know anything about no H3H3 drama. I'm a former addict, and I agree with Vosh. A lot of people think addicts like being addicted. Listen, okay? So I'm generalizing a little bit because you've got so many different types of drugs. You got people who smoke weed, people who snort cocaine, and people who inject heroin directly into their asshole. There's a whole range. I would say, in my personal opinion, and there's a huge variance here, but I would say the vast majority of people who are addicted to hard drugs, and by hard drugs, I mean like, we're talking about, I guess I don't, let's just say meth, opium, cocaine, whatever. A person who feels a strong addiction. I'm not saying like weed or whatever, but somebody like that. Yeah, cocaine and above. I don't know. What? I'm not a drug expert. Somebody who's huffing ketamine, whatever, glue sticks. I don't care. Anybody in that position, the vast majority of people who are like in that position don't want to be there. How does this start? This always starts the same way, right? Like, you first you do it because you're curious. And who wouldn't be curious about the experience around a hard drug, right? I mean, I'm curious. I don't think I'll ever do opium. I don't want to do opium. I hope I never do opium. I'll admit I'm curious. I've heard enough experiences from addicts I'm sure it feels great. But you get your curiosity first, and curiosity sometimes overwhelms common sense, and everyone believes, oh yeah, I won't get addicted, I won't need it another time. But of course, you do it a second or a third time. And who hasn't done things a second or a third time? I don't think that I'm addicted to, Cheesecake Factory's Reese's Peanut Butter Cup cheesecake slices. And how many times have I had that, huh? A decent number. They're pretty tasty. But anyone thinks you can get off of it, right? But eventually, and, it depends on the person, it depends on the drug, but eventually, you go far down with these drugs enough, and it fucks with your endorphins. It fucks with because your brain is a machine that is designed, dopamine, thank you, that is designed to produce chemicals that make you happy when you do things that are beneficial to your survival. It's a bit of that's a bit of a simplification, but you know how it feels really good when you tug on your dick, right? Many of you have noticed this. That's because your body's trying to incentivize you to stick it in somebody else, right? That makes sense, We need humans to make babies. How will we incentivize this behavior? Well, we'll design humans so that when they do the behavior that makes babies, it feels really good, Wow, amazing, right? How cool would that be, It's a very nice way of pushing you into the evolutionarily beneficial behavior. But we're complicated social animals, which means that given the fact that historically, species-wise, we benefit from our ability to form social connections and overcome obstacles and, so on. Our brains produce dopamine when we do those things, You get dopamine with all kinds of crazy shit. Why do you think you get dopamine when you exercise, dumbass? It's evolution. Your body wants you to exercise. When you get sunlight, because your body was designed to be in the sun most of the time. Why do you think you get dopamine when you hang out with people you like or when you're in love? Because strong social bonds is what allowed humans to survive as groups. Like, what are we talking about? Come on, it's dopamine. But the problem is that when you take crazy good drugs, your dopamine receptors get fucked. Basically, you get triple dopamine for a couple of hours, 5 minutes, who knows. And after that, you get a little less dopamine than normal, just on the flat line. Eventually, you have to do the drug just to maintain normal dopamine levels. And let me tell you, folks, if you need to be currently high on heroin to maintain the same level of dopamine that an accountant gets while talking by the water cooler with their coworkers, you are fucked, my friendo. You are well and truly fucked. If you are injecting, black tar heroin into the little bit below your eyeball, the little membrane right there, and you're experiencing the riveting high of mild enthusiasm at hearing about your coworker's day, nobody wants to be like this. Nobody wants to live like this. So you give people an out, make people feel hopeful that they can do better, which they can, and people are going to feel better. Why are people in chat mad at me? I don't know why people in chat are mad at me. Are they? Some people are mad at me. I don't know why. I think that everything I'm saying here is correct. I've known plenty of friends who have had, some experiences with this. Certainly. Anyway, you're well and truly fucked at that point, okay? Dangerous stuff, Now, generally, I'm pretty wary of drugs. You know, some people accuse me of being a bit conservative about them, but the issue I have is I feel like humans are unprecedentedly bad on an individual level at meeting their basic needs. A lot of this is internet stuff, right? You know, like there are reward centers that like, you know, you feel good about when you're, you know, on your internet hitting your ticky-tacky phone, but it does inhibit other stuff. And everyone is bound by some of these you know, some of these you know, moved social experiences. So as a product of that, you know, it's harder to go out and find other people who want to have a good social experience, and none of you are getting any sunlight. I know that for a fact. And I think for those reasons, you know, people have fucked dopamine like production cycles on their own. So people turn to drugs because it's a good way to chemically induce those feelings, but there are obviously consequences. So, you know. So I'm always going to be in favor of decriminalization of drugs, and I'm always going to be in favor of you know, government money being spent on giving people like a good out for that, you know. And honest to God, I don't think your average addict needs that much. You know what I mean? Like I don't think your average addict of opium or cocaine or whatever. I don't think they need some crazy top of the line multi-year super involved thing, because a lot of this at the end of the day is just willpower. There's no way to overcome the willpower bit. You have to do the willpower bit. No government program can undo the need for the willpower bit. Um, and that is kind of a gatekeep, you know. But if you let them handle that and just give them some, yeah, some medical supervision sometimes and some, you know, very basic programs to help, and that you can do for, you know. Vosh is assuming a tremendous amount of the average addict. Drug addiction does not equate to you're fucked. Oh, that's why people are mad. There are drug addicts in chat. Yes. My favorite people whenever I talk about drug addiction is the copers. This happens every time. Every time I talk about people's unhealthy reliance on drugs, there are people in chat who are midway through their like fourth line of the day who are like offended by the idea that like it's bad. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna back off this. I'm a truth teller, my friendos. You know, if at any point you get insecure by hearing a person describe how negative addiction can be, like if that makes you feel like you're being attacked, that's a you thing. Not a me thing. That's a you thing. Um, I believe that about weed too, by the way. I've said this a million times before. Just because weed doesn't produce a chemically addictive effect the way that like opium doesn't mean you can't get psychologically addicted to it. And there are people who get psychologically addicted to weed. It's a habit forming thing. Anything can be habit forming, but it's still a chemical that affects your brain state, and you can get addicted to weed, and I think that can have negative outcomes. Admittedly, less severe probably than if you were addicted to like, you know, meth. It's probably a little less serious than that, but you know, it's out there. What's your perspective on coffee? You can be a coffee addict. I've never really had a propensity for addiction. There's never been a substance that I've taken that I've like gotten antsy because I couldn't take. Even with my my Adderall, which to be fair is prescribed in response to an actual condition that I have, but even with that, sometimes I'll just forget to take it, and I'll usually feel like worse that day, but sometimes I'll just like forget, you know? I drink 2 to 3 cups of coffee a day, but I'll forget if I don't remember to. I've never felt like a compulsion to do any of that. I usually just do it because I remind myself to. But even that can be risky. There's always a risk. Coffee's just tasty. Yeah, coffee's tasty. Ever get headaches for skipping coffee? No, I've never gotten a headache for skipping coffee. Um, Conyers does. Conyers has a cold brew. Conyers drinks less coffee than I do, but they rely on it and I don't, which is interesting. Conyers drinks cold brew. How is kink shaming different from addiction shaming? I don't even know what the relationship is between those things. You've lost me on this one. Kink shaming is funny. That's the difference. Um, Critical distinction. Tell people to like the stream. Like the damn stream. We're doing a debate in 15, so I guess I'll just harp on that. While waiting. Florida has announced they're ending Medicaid coverage for trans adult for their gender-affirming care, another step to genocide. Oh, Christ. Yeah, if you're in Florida and you're trans, this would be an excellent time for you to skedaddle. Yeah, I'll look into it. By the way, people like to parse hairs about this. I don't actually know. Actually, I'm gonna ask you guys. You know how Saudi Arabia beheads the gays? Is that considered a genocide? Like, is there a genocide component to the systemic, like, legal suppression and killing of like a sexual minority, like sexuality? Like by the UN definition. Obviously, I would consider it one, but I'm asking if it adheres to the yeah, I don't think sexuality is included in the genocide clause. In which case, like, the term genocide might be a bit loaded, but I feel like you could fairly consider. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. The UN definition's pretty weak. Yeah, yeah. Well, obviously, I'm not going to make my moral arguments based on, like, the technicality, like, the semantics of the UN definition. The problem is you can't really eradicate us. We just like being born. Well, it's the same with Italians, right? Like, you could kill all the Italians in America and then close the borders, but there would still be, like, the Italians would still show up. It's true, Merrick. What? An affirmative text from my father. uh, what's it say? I forget. What was I saying? Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, addiction is bad. Don't do it. Apparently, the shooter in Tulsa bought the gun like 4 hours before the shooting. Tulsa shooting. Of all this shooting, that shooting. Okay. God. Probably should, K-Comrade. What is this H3 thing? So much to talk about. It puzzles my mind. What's your least favorite kink? Oh, don't you start. Why isn't Vosh on Twitch now? So I can say gamer words. Okay, guys, I just want to say I've done some more research and I do not support the assault weapons ban, okay? I'm in favor of what did we arrive at? I'm in favor of background checks, long waiting periods, red flag laws, and licenses. Those are the things that I'm in favor of. The red flag laws and the waiting periods are the big thing that I'm in favor of. The issue is, like, somebody sent me this over Discord, and there are other images that I could find to, like, produce the same basic effect. But, like, the problem is that fundamentally there's not that much of a difference between, like, a regular handgun and an assault weapon. You just add stuff on. Like, it's pretty easy to work around. Like, this is a Glock. Seriously, this is a Glock. Remember what I said? You've got a Glock, you've got an extended magazine, you've got a front grip, you've got the attached flashlight, I assume. You got, what is this, a muzzle flash thing? You've got the scope, you've got the top rail, and you've got the folding stock. Those things suck so much I've shot them. You can do a pretty good job, I think, turning a handgun into a big... Yeah, okay. What does the top rail do? The rail allows you to put optics on. It's so expensive, though. Well, the optic is the expensive part, right? Optics are incredibly expensive. Weren't you looking at data that showed there's no difference between long waiting periods and short waiting periods? I couldn't parse that data, remember? I'm not smart enough. Merrick DeVille would have to get her boyfriend to explain it to me because I was looking at that chart for like 5 minutes and I could not understand. Optics are very important. Well, yeah, optics are the most expensive part of modern firearms, right? Like a modern, like like the difference between an equipped military and a well-equipped military is having the goddamn optic, because optics are cheating. Not really, no? Dude, the like, high-quality optics are like crazy useful. Yeah, sure, we saw the handgun thing. We concluded that Canada doesn't need handguns anyway because the great enemy of the Canadian people, the moose, can't be killed with a handgun anyway. The meese. You think people are going to do that level of modification? I guess the I just want better research on like mass shootings. I don't want gun laws to be determined by mass shootings because they're like 2% of gun deaths. It seems dumb, you know? I feel like look, like this is just a fact of the matter, okay? The mass killings in our country are a product of people in our country going Joker mode. The Joker mode will remain a problem even if they can't get their hands on any guns. Like, it's not like you can't kill a bunch of people driving a fucking SUV into a crowded, like, street fair. Which, look out for that at Pride, by the way. Um, like, or like, you know, bringing your replica katana to the anime convention, you know? That, I wonder, is that ever gonna happen? You know how at, conventions they weapons bond? Your thing? Where, like, you're cosplaying as, like, a samurai? And then you're like, yeah, here's my fake katana. And they're like, oh, okay. And they put the little plastic ring to keep you from drawing it. And then you're like, psych, and you like cut the plastic ring and you pull out your actual katana and you start fucking waterfowl dancing your way through like convention hall A through C, you know? I'm sorry, that imagery is so fucking funny. This is oddly specific. I'm a frequent attendee of Anime Expo, or at least I was before COVID. God. Do you believe a lot of the push to get rid of guns is done for the government to have more power? Nah, Shu, I actually don't. I actually don't think that anyone in government, like in the West, is trying to disarm the population for like government control or whatever. I actually don't think that. I think that generally when stuff like that happens, it's done in a very pointed fashion, like Reagan, trying to take like doing gun bans in California because of the Black Panther Party, or like Germany took guns away from Jews or whatever, you know? But like I think the general like behavior right now is just politicians following liberals' discomfort with firearms. I think right now like the anti-gun wave that we're seeing is like just a pretty authentic representation of democratic norms and not like anything nefarious. Not to say I agree with all of it. I don't, but I think that right now it's being done in, I guess I would say, good faith, you know? Um, God damn it. The 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 idea of a weeb waterfowl dancing. Yeah, dude. This is my Melania replica sword arm. Okay, here's the peace bond. Don't use it on anything. Fucking jumps up 20 feet in the air and floats there before reducing like an entire like expo line hall to mist. God damn it. Fucking. Oh, that's good though because anime convention attendees already have the scarlet rot, don't they? Because they don't shower. The god of rot, except instead of the outer will or the outer god manifesting, the weeb just lifts up his arms and it smells stinky. You just said you go to them? Well, I'll tell you, one part of me that does stink after those expos is my fucking feet. You're on your feet for like 12 hours a day at an anime expo. There's no way to get around that, you know? I made the mistake of actually wearing sandals one day, and holy shit, I feel like, you know that thing you do the chicken breast to flatten them out before you grill them, if the chicken breast is too fat? I got that done to my feet. I got stepped on so many goddamn times. It was just stupid. I just forgot to wear shoes, you know, so. Have I ever cosplayed before? Not in a long time. No, actually, no, never. Just Halloween stuff, which is basically cosplay anyway. Good guy with a sword stops bad guy with a sword. Well, that feel when you finally go back to Anime Expo and you hear screaming as like 7 or 8 like Elden Ring cosplayers all draw their replica weapons and start like massacring people, but quickly they start fighting each other. You've got like a guy, you've got like a really big fat guy with fucking Radahn's swords riding on like his tiny skinny friend, like fucking swinging them around. Oh, and the Moog cosplay would be easy because half the people who go to Anime Expo are pedophiles anyway. They could you could just have a dude with like an underbite with like a fucking Mikola body pillow, and you would have the you it would be the perfect Moog Anime Expo cosplay. Then the magic user shows up. Nah, then the guy with the gun shows up, and everyone else calls them the magic user. Somebody has an AR, and they're like, "Dude, easy." All the fucking cosplayers are getting shot up, and they're like, "Dude, cheat it. Come on, engage with the mechanic." This is so fucking dumb. It's, if it wasn't intended, they wouldn't have put it in the game. God damn it. Cops come who called the summon. God damn it. There was a guy on YouTube who proved even today the bow and arrow is one of the most deadly weapons. Well, a bow and arrow is deadly insofar as the projectile shot is deadly, but then when you consider accuracy, ease of use, and firing rate, obviously, guns would take hold. No, yeah, bows and arrows do have a tremendous amount of kinetic energy. You gotta hit the right spot. Yeah, well, I think the actually, hold on, wait. Kinetic energy, bow and arrow. Of course, there are tons of types of bows and arrows, but a kinetic energy calculator. Well, this requires me to put in info. Arrow weight and arrow velocity. Okay, so what? Okay, hold on. Velocity, arrow, great bow. It gave me Elden Ring wiki results. No, I mean an actual great bow. Wait, not great bow, long bow. Oh god, the fucking From Software brain rot. Holy shit, great bow isn't a thing. That's a fucking weapon category. The fault was mine. Recurve bow arrows can travel up to 225 feet per second or 150 miles per hour, where compound bows can go up to 300 feet per second. So let's go 300 feet per second arrow velocity. And what's arrow weight? Heavy arrow would weigh 600 grains. So let's go with 600 grains. Foot-pounds of energy. Let's go. Why did that not work? Foot-pounds of energy. 119.94? Wait. That seems really low. Foot-pounds of energy. 119.94. Yeah, wait, what's the foot-pound energy of a 9mm? About 300. Oh. Wow. I thought I had heard the amount of energy doesn't matter if it's a sharp object. Come on. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah, obviously, that's a big difference. Arrows are sharp. Bullets aren't. I forgot there was because I'd heard like yeah, in terms of penetrating ability, that an arrow can be incredibly yeah, yeah. Bullets aren't sharp; they're rounded at the front. Actually, arrows are sharp. Okay, yeah. Shape of the arrow matters. Whatever. I don't care anymore. We have a debate. Hold on. Also, yeah, removing why aren't they sharp? Why aren't bullets sharp? Um, my guess would be that they don't need to be, because bullets don't need to be sharp to cut through humans. They move fast enough. And if a bullet was sharp, it might deform more when it hits like armor, like leather or metal. Like it, like it would just sort of, yeah, it might. I'm sure there's a good reason. I'm sure there's a good reason. Um, 556s are, yeah, rifle rounds are sharp, but they're not like sharp. Like you can't cut like a hand with a 556 round, but an arrow point can be razor sharp, you know? I don't
Is my audio working?
Hello?
Hi.
Howdy, can you give me a good long sentence? Because you came out kind of muffled to begin with.
Oh yeah, no, I apologize. Some connection issues, but I'm good. This is long enough sentence for you. Should be good.
Okay, yeah, no, you sound good. Howdy.
Perfect. Hi.
What is on
Thank
your mind this fine day? Well, wait, introduce yourself first.
Okay, so first of all, my name is Rose Millet. I've debated some recent streamers. I think I debated Destiny about a month ago. I know I debated Xander Hall a few years back, and I've kind of like worked my way in the scene. But I'm assuming most people won't know who I am. That's okay. Overall, I'm a transgender woman, right? And you know that obviously accounts for a lot of my political beliefs. But I have a very unique perspective. I think there's a problem where a lot of trans people are like in one area where there's not a lot of people who have like nuance, or you see like the space online transgender stuff. It's all like it seems like a monolith from the outside, and it bothers me. And then on the flip side, you have people like Blair White. So whenever someone doesn't fall, they think automatically you're like this extreme. You're basically a turf. I hate turf just as much as everyone else. Now, obviously, you know, I'm not just going to talk about trans issues today, right? I'm anti-gun. I don't think guns should be allowed. So I was hearing you talk about that a few minutes ago. Obviously, we'll get into that. I am also a pro-life transgender woman. That is a controversial take a lot of people have, but I'll get into that when the time comes. Overall, just a lot of really interesting opinions. I also think that I have a lot of very radical beliefs. And that kind of turns people away from the left. I see lots of clips of you floating around, and it's maybe not the best optics, but I mean, there's all of that and more to get into. Is that a good introduction?
Yeah, I would definitely say you've covered a good few bases. What do you want to touch on
Yeah.
first?
Do you have a preference? Is there anything that like sticks to you and say, yeah, this is the one I want to go off? Or
None whatsoever. I defer entirely to you. It's my woke feminist predisposition there.
oh, see that you mentioned the woke feminist stuff. I'm not a feminist myself, so I guess that's I guess we'll start there. Maybe I so in feminist spaces, I always feel like excluded for being a transgender woman. Like a lot of the times, like they'll be okay. So I see like my body, my choice, or no uterus, no opinion. That's like a transphobic thing by nature. But it's like, okay, you're excluding trans women, but you're trying to be inclusive. Actually, I think I want to start with guns because you just started talking about guns. I think you mentioned that. I think we want to start there.
Yeah, hit me up.
Okay. So I was writing down the things that you were saying. So first of all, I think we can reach common ground in one place. First of all, assault weapons. I agree with you in the sense that it's like, you have a school shooting with like 12 deaths, you ban assault weapons, there's going to be like 8 instead of 12. That doesn't really solve a systemic issue. It's like it helps, but you're not really addressing the full issue of the problem. I just don't believe that death machines should be normalized. I don't think there is a logical logistical reason for people to be walking around with these in their every regular day lives. Like people will say, "Oh, but I use it to go hunting." It's like, okay, but do you is that an excuse to like have something around that kills people? And it's like obviously, school shootings all the time. People say, with all these shootings going on, obviously you said it accounts for the small percentage of the deaths. If you make guns harder to access, you limit the amounts, a lot less young black men are going to die in these poor neighborhoods. And that's the majority of these cases. So in this instance, I don't see a good reason to advocate for guns or to say, yeah, minorities need guns to protect themselves. No, the guns are what's actually hurting the minorities here. I think you have it all backwards.
I mean, I think we're conflating a couple of categories here. My advocacy for firearms mostly comes down to the fact that I think that civil unrest in this country is near inevitable, and if civil unrest is to take place, I would rather it not be exclusively the people who I disagree with who have firearms. The reason, like the aforementioned, like young black guys dying to gun deaths or whatever, tends to be gang-related activity. And one of the issues with getting guns off the streets is that we have more guns in this country than like any other country does by far, by a huge margin. More guns than people in this country. Nothing else. No other country even comes close. So the issue is like, if we're dealing in the hair of reality here, the idea of like getting guns off the street is kind of an unsolvable problem, at least in the current situation that we live in. The best way to deal with like gun crime in inner city areas would probably just be to address the economic inequality there, because that's what turns people towards the gang life that leads to them selling drugs because they don't have better opportunities. And now, don't get me wrong, my advocacy for gun here, it's not like a principled like first order thing. If a world could be built where nobody really needed or wanted guns and there were pretty heavy regulations, I'd be fine with that. I am in favor of some forms of gun control. But right now I'm mostly concerned with like the right people having enough guns to defend their neighborhoods.
Okay, so there's a few things I want to touch on. First of all, when you say the right people, I think that's very interesting and very telling. Like there's such a right and wrong way to do it. First of all, when you talk about civil unrest, being this prevalent thing, that's an issue I notice with you and your content. You act like, there's going to be this huge like violence. And it's like, oh, am I worried that conservatives are going to murder me because I'm trans? No, I don't think that's ever going to happen. And I think when you say things like that, you're pushing people away because people look and they look at reality and they say, no, this is not happening. This is not this. Like, I understand the fear. I understand, there's some scary things going on, but I think we need to be realistic in what's actually going on and not make those blanket statements. Now, when you say that, about guns, I do think that you even said it yourself. The fact that we have more guns than any other country, I think that that in itself is a point to be proven that we should have less guns and that these laws should be a thing. Now, yes, these other, social economical things, they obviously do make a difference. And I think it's important to address those. And, I'm obviously for helping those communities, improving them. But that doesn't, mean suddenly that, we don't also address the fact that these guns are in fact a huge part of the problem.
Well, sure, you're free to. And if you can find a way to get rid of all the guns in this country, or at least get rid of a large number of them, then I think we could take seriously that proposition. But at the moment, to my knowledge, no effort to decrease the number of guns in the United States has ever succeeded. I don't know if there's even like a theoretical way that you would go about doing that. In terms of fear-mongering or whatever else, I don't think that, not only do I think what I'm saying is reasonable, I don't even think I'm saying things that aren't already happening. During the Black Lives Matter protests, right-wing militias did make their move in a number of coastal cities at trying to impose a kind of, proxied political order in the areas that they were in. Everyone talks about Rittenhouse, but what about Portland, where there were, in fact, far-right groups on their, pickup trucks, marauding on in with a bunch of guns in the back, trying to be faux cops. Considering the fact that the Republican Party is openly anti-democracy, the idea of civil unrest in the future, it's not a possibility, really. It's just a seemingly inevitable consequence of them attaining power. Even if they don't, I mean, we saw January 6th. That's what happens when they don't attain power. There's no reason to believe these things are going to get better in the future, and I don't think there's anything wrong with preparing for them if they get worse.
Well, I would say the fact that January 6th, as awful as it was, the fact that nothing did happen from it is just proof that our democracy is great and that, it's able to prevent these coups from happening. I say that's a plus for United States democracy. What I would also say is you said before you talked to me that, school shootings account for such a small percent of gun deaths that it's not worth mentioning. Yeah, when you talk about the political violence being done by conservatives, that's also a very small percentage of violence or political violence in general being done. So yeah, you seem like that's a major thing to focus on, like this inevitable disaster is coming. When if you look at the statistics, I mean, how many people in the United States have died from conservative violence? Obviously, there's some, and every time it's a tragedy. And I hope that people that do that are locked in prison because it's just disgusting. But I don't think it's this systemic wide issue. Obviously, there's extremists like, content, people trying to lead people those directions. We can have that discussion, but I don't, think that there's going to be like, any crazy like mass violence against any groups, or
Well,
that this is a serious threat that needs serious action.
everyone says it can't happen here till it happens here, right? I mean, you say that because January 6th didn't lead to the overthrow of the government, that's a sign of America's strength, but the beer hall putsch in Germany also did not lead to the overthrow of the Weimar Republic. The difference there being, of course, that Hitler was thrown in jail after the beer hall putsch, and no Republican officials were thrown in jail after January 6th, even after it was found that many of them were complicit in organizing it. So I'd say we're setting things up pretty darn well for the future right now. Um, yeah, no, so like my argument here isn't based on like conservative crime statistics. We have a party, the second largest party in the country, who is pretty openly anti-democracy, and if they attain power, I think there's fair reason to believe that they would use it to subvert our democracy. And in such a time of civil unrest, I think it's good that people be armed. You would agree that Republicans are anti-democracy, right? That there's no other way to reconcile their behavior, the support of the insurrection, the persistent months and years long lying about the results of the 2020 election, the fact that Donald Trump continues to like essentially prompt and threaten civil war in speeches and in like social media behavior, suggesting that he's been wronged and that nothing but a violent insurrection can oust the Democratic establishment, the QAnon pandering. I mean, it would be very difficult to look at all that and go like, yeah, when Republicans attain power, they definitely won't try to undermine our democracy.
I think that there is a point to be had in the sense that when it comes to Joe Biden winning the election fairly, there was a disturbing amount of people who said, no, Joe Biden did not win this fair election because of, I don't know, reasons, mail in voting, even though statistically been proven to actually be realistic. And it actually accounts for all the votes. People still said that that wasn't right. But my argument would be like when Trump won in 2016, people were saying, no, Hillary won this election. So it's like, yeah, is it different? Obviously, I think in this case, the Republicans were maybe a little more extreme than 2016. But at the same time, I don't think.
Wait, I'm sorry. I have to hold on that. Hillary Clinton conceded the election the next day. The people who said Hillary Clinton won the election did so because she won the popular vote while losing the electoral vote. Nothing that Hillary Clinton's fans did was like subverting democracy. It was criticism of the electoral college system. I don't think there's any comparison to be made between that.
No, I know. I was actually just about to say that. I don't think it's the same, but I think there's enough like seeds in the ground. I don't think it's obviously if you look at it, I think there's a lot more problem on one side than another. I think that is a fair point to make. And I do think that that's a worrying trend that we need to talk about. But I don't think it's such a worrying trend that it's like people need to arm themselves, be prepared for this huge political unrest in the nation. I think we're fine.
We have a party.
I think the media just wants to make it seem like so extreme, and I think we're okay.
Backed an insurrection attempt for whom tens of millions of Americans still believe that the current sitting president is there illegitimately after cheating, who believe that there is a deep state that conspiratorially orchestrates the outcomes of American elections with a presidential frontrunner, Donald Trump, who not only did prompt all of this, but continues to threaten that our democracy is illegitimate. This isn't, you think the media is overblowing this? I think the media is underblowing this. What we're looking at right now is a pretty clear set of signals that the Republican Party, if given the power to, would just do away with democracy. They already have the courts. They're probably going to have the Senate. They might end up having the House. In 2024, if they win the presidency, they're going to have the court and the presidency, and they will, at worst, have a deadlock in Congress. And at best, they might have both of the bicameral seats. If that's the case, I consider that, I mean, we're talking about a tremendous, tremendous threat. I think that you're dramatically downplaying both the seeming interest they have in undermining democracy and also the means that they have to achieve it, the ability. They're currently undermining longstanding constitutional precedent with Roe v. Wade.
The Roe v. Wade thing is, if you look at the statistics of who supports it, it's unpopular and it's probably going to hurt them in the vote. I don't think though that like Republicans would suddenly become a dictatorship if politically it was okay for them to do so. I think if they ever tried to do that, they would never win an election again because nobody wants a dictator. We want free and fair elections.
They wouldn't
Now,
need to win an
obviously, there
election.
maybe that's the case, but I don't think that there's going to be a point where they're going to try to start advocating for that. Like, I don't think, let's say Trump was in office and he did complete a second term, like, hypothetically, if he tries to get a third term, that's not going to end well. Everyone's going to, like, they're not going to let it happen.
What do you
I
what do
genuinely
you
think so.
what do you mean by that? So let's say that Congress is deadlocked and the Republicans have the courts and the presidency. They win in 2024, and what what are you going to do? Congress can't pass anything. The executive branch can do it at once, and the Supreme Court, will sign off generally on Republican-backed mandates. So why could they not? Like, the Weimar Republic had a constitution, right? Like, it's not as though this hasn't happened before. The idea of dictators attaining power and then operating within or flat out ignoring the pre-existing liberal democratic framework, that's the normal thing that happens. That's not like the exception. That's the thing you expect to happen. What else would they do?
But that's the problem, though, is you're making this extreme thing. It's like, oh, it's happened in other places, therefore it can happen. And guess what? It will happen. I feel like you're jumping too fair on that. And I think the most extreme thing we're going to see is like maybe limited voter restrictions. Like, oh, you need an ID to vote. Oh, like I think that's probably the most extreme thing that happens. Say we get another 4 to 8 years of Republican rule. I don't think we're going to get to a point where it's like we're going to have Trump for another 12 years in office, because I think we got to that point. I think even Republicans who were Trump supporters would be like, okay, we don't live in a democracy. We're not having elections. Like, I don't want to live in like Russia. I don't want to live in these countries where they don't have fair elections. I don't think that's
But
ever
they
going
would
to
be
be.
told they were getting fair elections. You don't, with respect, sorry, you have no fucking clue how this works. We're talking about a political party that's openly signal posting its disinterest in democracy. Like, the idea that after a political party attains power and becomes a dictatorship, the supporters of that political party are going to go, oh no, we want free elections. They'll think they have free elections. Supporters of Hitler thought that he had free elections. They're not, the idea that like what you're arguing right now is the concept of this kind of inherent conceptual rejection of fascism, which isn't a thing. Any government can fall, no matter how strong or how liberal or how democratic. The idea that we can't do dictatorship because even the people supporting the party currently stating they don't care for our democracy wouldn't support it if it happened is just ridiculous. And with respect here, I don't understand where this impetus comes from. I don't know if it's some liberal, like, end of history nonsense where, like, it can't happen here type stuff, right? Like, it's too extreme. It can't possibly take place here. I don't know where this drive comes from, but the Republican Party is explicitly announcing its anti-democratic tendencies right now. You can't talk your way around that. You can't talk your way around enabling the insurrection, backing it, defending it, claiming the election results were a fraud, the Civil War, like, signposting, the deep state, the QAnon engagement. You can't, like, this is mainstream Republican stuff. There's no way around that. You can't, oh, you're exaggerating that. These people should be brought up on sedition trials for doing half the things that I've listed here, but they're not. And nothing happened after Jan 6 either. At least Hitler got sent to prison for a little while. Like, we're in a bad state right now. We are.
I think you're giving this the most uncharitable view possible. I mean, we had 4 years of Trump, and people said, like, Trump's going to get elected, gay rights are going to be repealed, and all this stuff that just never winded up happening. Obviously, some of it did. Some bad stuff happened, and I think overall the Trump presidency wasn't a great presidency. That being said, I do not buy this idea that Trump being elected and all these people is going to cause the end of democracy and that we're suddenly going to become just like Nazi Germany. I don't believe that. I think that's a little. I'm sorry. I don't buy it.
I mean,
Like,
you guys say this all the time. Libs said Roe v. Wade could get appealed. Libs said that he wouldn't pack the courts. Libs said that he wouldn't get 3 seats on the Supreme Court. Like, Libs said he wouldn't try to get rid of DACA. Libs said he wouldn't win at all. Libs wouldn't have predicted January 6th, would they? Would you have predicted January 6th months before it happened? Because you don't think something's going to happen, I don't need to prove that they're going to do these things. All I need to prove is that they want to. And they're telling us that they want to. And that's enough. This isn't like a game. This is the United States of America. The Republican Party's willingness to engage with this rhetoric is sufficient for all of them to be morally deserving of being locked up in jail. We're dealing with the most powerful country on earth here. Hundreds of millions of people. I'm not going to wave away, oh yeah, dude, they're just memeing when they back QAnon, back the insurrection, support like attacks on the democracy, claim there's a deep state that they're fighting against, and the democratic results are only a product of cheating done by the deep state. I'm not waving this away. The fact that you would even compare that to what happened in 2016 with Hillary is ridiculous to me. I mean, all they did was point out fairly that the Electoral College
It's not the same.
It's not only it's not the same, they're not even in the same category. I mean, they're not the Republican Party is the only party in the United States right now which holds power, which has even the slightest inclination towards anti-democratic behavior. The Democrats don't. Their prominence is, if nothing else, a forestalling effect. They have to be made powerful just to keep Republicans from succeeding in the ways that they want to.
When it comes to, okay, there's a lot to get to. If I think there are people who they are proven to have crimes, I think that they should be put to trial and, have a fair case shot against them. I think in all parties, in all, Republicans and Democrats, if you have enough power, there are ways to get out of justice. And I think that that's a problem. So if it comes out that, yeah, these people did some stuff, I think that they should, be punished for their crimes. I think that's a fair thing. Unfortunately, do I see that happening? No. But what can we do? The point is, when it comes to the Roe v. Wade, I know what you're trying to say. Well, when it comes to that, I mean, the real reason that happened was because there's a Republican majority of the Supreme Court now. And, that would have happened with any Republican president, not even a Trump, right? We could have had a moderate, someone like John McCain, or maybe not, but, like a Mitt Romney, replace any Ted Cruz. This still would have happened. I don't think this is a uniquely Trump or uniquely thing. So I understand that is one of the things that, people were a little scared that what's happening. It looks like it might, but maybe it's so unpopular. Maybe they're thinking that it'll lose voters from it. And that's the beautiful thing about democracy. They do something that most people think, hey, this isn't good. We vote those people out. And then over time, they realize that, hey, Roe v. Wade's unpopular. We gotta start, we gotta start supporting abortion and stuff. If that happens, that's the beautiful thing about our democracy.
Roe v. Wade is popular. And also, my concerns aren't with Trump. They're with the Republican Party. Ted Cruz would have done the same thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just when it comes to Trump, there's this idea that, Trump is, dismantling democracy.
Republicans.
And I don't. Yeah, sure. I mean, that's the thing. I don't believe that Republicans are, this evil group of people. I mean, these are, most Republicans are just, your neighbors. You're just, average. I've talked to people who they see some of the stuff happening in the Republican Party, and, they voted for Biden, or they say, they can't support this. It's I like certain things about the Republican Party, but, they've gone a bit crazy. I mean, I've seen people do the same to the other side, but
Trump's approval rating has been unwaveringly high in the Republican Party since he burst onto the scene in 2016, though. So clearly, it's not pulling people away. He got the second highest number of votes for a presidential candidate back in 2020 under only Biden. Clearly, his behavior is popular with his base. And your argument about their nice neighbors could have literally applied to Nazi Germany. Again, like this, everyone's a nice neighbor. Everyone's nice to their neighbors, We're not talking about whether they're nice to their neighbors. We're talking about whether or not they support candidates that then go on to enable bad political positions, which you've had no answer, by the way, to any of the anti-democratic shit that they pushed for. There's no excuse for parties to engage in it. It's not a difference in opinion. They just lied. I'm talking about Republican officials. Is there any explanation other than them being anti-democratic and evil and power hungry for them repeatedly lying over and over? Not just the candidates, but spreading propaganda, paying out media outlets, to spread misinformation about the election to give the impression that Donald Trump actually won. The only explanation here is that they are willing to subvert democracy to attain power. And that's enough of an indictment as far as I'm concerned.
Okay, so there's a few things I want to touch on. First of all, I think when you made the neighbors thing, I mean, that is you can apply that to literally anything. Like, oh well, neighbor is nice. He wouldn't have done this awful thing, or I didn't think he would have you know sexually assaulted somebody. Like people say that, but it's like it's different because the neighbors aren't, oh, we like, Nazi party. We like these policies that put millions of people in these camps that are murdered. Like, no, these are people who just like people because their taxes are lowered, or they like people because, they just have different political views that aren't as extreme as I think you're making it out to
Trump got
be.
elected not because of tax policy, but because of his fear-mongering over illegal immigrants. The idea that we should ship all the illegal immigrants back, literally removing millions of people from this country and committing genocide, that is a popular belief in the Republican Party. And also, do you think that when you talked with like Nazi neighbors in Germany, like they were like, ah, yes, the Jews are so bad. No, like you just talked. They're neighbors. People are nice to their neighbors. I don't care whether the individual Republican is a good or a bad person. I only care about the outcomes that these votes like get put towards.
Yeah, like the Nazis probably weren't so open, but it's like it's not a secret. Like the Nazis knew what they were supporting, and I don't think it's the same. I think that's fair. Like Republican Party is not Nazi Germany. I shouldn't have to explain that, but whatever.
Do they have wait?
I
Do
think
they
when
have to literally be Nazi Germany for them to be anti-democratic and fascist?
I mean, maybe there are. If you blink, you can see some things that are like a bit iffy. That
A
there's a reason
bit
I
iffy?
personally am not.
You've not
But I don't.
responded
I
to
don't
any of
think
the anti-democratic behaviors that I've listed. I've listed them like 3 or 4 times. You
I've
keep,
said that I don't. I don't support it. Like
oh, you
I
don't
think that
support it. Well, that's
yeah,
good
I
to
don't.
know.
Like I just don't think it's as extreme as you make it out to be. But when it comes to the illegal immigration, it's like these people support legal immigration. It's just that there are people who aren't taking the legal rights. And to be fair, there is a reason for it. We should make immigration legal and easier. I believe in that fully. I think that that's a flaw that we have. Of course, there's people who say, "Oh, we shouldn't have," and there's racism involved in that. And I think that that's a problem. There's just better ways to handle these
The
issues. I think
deportation
Trump
of
did spread racist rhetoric. I will concede to that. He did.
I'm glad that you disagree with their anti-democratic behavior, but I don't know how you can say I'm exaggerating when I say they're anti-democratic, when I list behaviors they've engaged in that can only be explained by them being anti-democratic. Like it's pretty one-to-one here. There's not really a euphemism like you can do with racism, like there's some other explanation. The only explanation about willfully lying about the results of an election for months and then essentially backing an insurrectionary attempt to engage in a coup and then only backing away from it after it became clear that the outcomes wouldn't be positive for them, and then going on to then support the perpetrators of the coup the way that Marjorie Taylor Greene did, calling the people who were imprisoned after Jan 6 political prisoners. Like, there's no explanation for this other than they're anti-democratic. I don't think that's an exaggeration. It's a straightforward read on their position.
I think the Republican Party is in a weird state. I think we're going to need a few more election cycles for them to find a new identity. But I do think it's clear that their behavior is unacceptable by most Americans. Obviously, there's some fringes and there's some who just maybe tolerate it. People have differing views on this. But I think we're going to get to a place very soon. I don't think it's going to become this extreme thing. I think
they've only been getting more extreme. Over since Trump, they've only since the Tea Party, they've only gotten more extreme. Like every successive year, all of their positions have gotten more far right. They haven't moderated at all.
You could say the same thing about the left, though. You could say that, like, oh, we're going more left. Like, oh my God, look, we're becoming socialists. We're becoming like, you know what I'm saying? I feel like
no,
politics in general is getting more extreme.
The headliner of the Democrats is Joe Biden, who's been in office since the 1800s and was VP under Biden. The headliner of the Republicans is Trump, who is the representative of the farthest right constituents of his party outside of the actual like neo-Nazis or QAnoners, who he just tacitly supports instead of openly supporting. Also, when the left gets more extreme, it's towards good things. When the right gets more extreme, it's towards bad things. So I'm okay with the left getting more extreme. In fact, I want that.
Yes, I can see that. When it comes to Joe Biden, I think Joe Biden is a very middle of the road. I don't think anyone really loves Joe Biden. I think we merely tolerate him left and right. So I think that's cool. I think Bernie, you have to think of Bernie Sanders. He was a huge thing. I mean, I think the DNC did not want him to win, and they really tried hard for him not to win. But just like Trump, we have Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders is the elect equivalent of Donald Trump. Would you not
Except
agree
Bernie
with
is
this?
good.
I mean, that's obviously your opinion, but I mean, when we're
No.
thinking in such terms of good and bad, I mean, this is just like a trend
Th-
going on. We're
this
having
is
extreme
the
on both
epitome
sides.
of liberal brain rot. My concern with Donald Trump isn't that he's extreme, it's that his extremism is bad. I don't care if Bernie Sanders is extreme. I don't think extremism is bad. I think Trump and the Republican Party is bad. If they were extremely pro-trans rights or extremely pro-democracy, I would be in favor of that. But they're not. They're extremely anti-democracy. So for that, like, I don't care whether or not any person or group is extreme. I love extremism. It just has to be for good things. And it is true that it's my opinion that Bernie Sanders is good, but assuming that you are pro-democracy, you should agree with me that by the metrics I'm looking at here, Bernie Sanders, who is in favor of democracy, and the Republican Party, which fights against it, are not comparable.
I There's some things you can say that they're similar, but I think a lot of them they're not. They both appeal to a certain type of voter that feels underrepresented by the current systems, and I think that they provide an interesting, new idea for what politicians can be. But also, I think when you look at someone like Bernie Sanders, I will give him credit for this. Right, there was a time in 2016 where the Bernie Bros were demanding that he run against Trump. That they weren't accepting the fact that Hillary won, and they had a lot of feelings about it. And Bernie stepped in and he said, "No, I'm going to back Hillary Clinton." I will always give him props for that because it's like, while I prefer Bernie over Hillary, I never really liked Hillary. I think he would have been a better president. There's a thing to be respected when someone does adhere to democracy. So I will give you credit for that.
Yeah, I mean,
I think that that's a fair thing to say.
it doesn't have to be about defending him. I'm only making the point that the Republican
Okay, yeah.
Party is anti-democratic and has shown every sign that they're going to continue being anti-democratic. They're rolling up for 2024. It's going to be great.
Well, we'll find out what happens. I just think a good example of this is like gerrymandering. Like, people say one side or the other, oh, this person empowers gerrymandering. They're changing the borders, and then the other side takes, they have power, and all of a sudden they're gerrymandering. It's like, I think whoever is in control is going to keep in control. And yes, currently speaking, the Republicans are doing so more than the Democrats. But I think it's more of a systemic issue than let's blame this one party and call them evil. And also, when you call
Did
Republicans
Democrats
evil,
do
you're
a
not
Jan
doing a good
6?
job of convincing them to your side.
That's fine. Did Democrats do a January 6 and support an attack on the Capitol after Donald Trump won in 2016?
No, they did.
Okay.
Obviously,
Did they
I
spend
think that the
months
11
denying the
protests are
results?
cool. People compare those. I don't agree.
No, not comparable. Did people?
I literally just said that. I
Okay,
just said the
well, I
same thing that
agree.
you said. Yeah.
So did Democrats then spend months lying about the results of the election after 2016 and claiming that the only reason that Donald Trump won is because of an elaborate ballot and voter fraud scheme?
They didn't, but they heavily campaigned for Hillary to still get elected. I don't think it's the same, but there
Wait,
is some
how?
comparison to be made.
Wait, how did they heavily campaign for Hillary to still get elected? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, I was seeing petitions signed. I mean, this is 20. I mean, this was so many years ago. My memory isn't the best, but I do remember petitions being signed saying, we need to get these electors to pledge against what they're being told. And there were these campaigns online. People were really
Online
passionate about this. I mean,
petitions?
there was a lot of people. I mean, it's not the same. I know it's not the same, but there was a thing, and I think it's a precursor to what we're
There are
experiencing now
online
because people
petitions.
did not want Trump in office.
There are
Fair
online
so.
petitions to everything. That's not a precursor. There are
No,
online
again,
petitions
I
to
know, I
literally
know. I'm
everything.
just, I
Trump's
there's more
behavior was
stuff. I
backed
mean, there
by
were
the
probably
party.
protests. There were probably like I said, it's not the same. But there was.
But then why
You
do you
can't deny
keep
that there
trying
was
to
a
equivocate
movement
the Democratic Party, which isn't anti-democratic, to the Republican Party, which is? There
because
isn't a
it was
comparison
the
here.
it was the first sign. I mean, we didn't have this kind of stuff. I mean, maybe a little bit when Obama was elected, but we didn't. This is kind of unusual what's happening recently, and I think the 2016 was like a sign that we were headed in this direction with the division from that election. I mean, we can't deny that that was one of the most divisive, crazy times in politics.
People being ass mad about their preferred candidate not winning has been a thing for as long as democracy has existed. The idea of the entire political party spending months working in tandem with their media to propagate the idea that the election was stolen from them is an entirely different thing. That's a whole new thing. And they
Like I
haven't even
said,
given it up.
I think most people are over it now. I think, I mean, there's like some fringe people who are like, yeah, I think most, if you talk to most conservatives, I think they'll be like, they've kind of accepted Joe Biden. They've tolerated him like we all have.
I think tens of millions of Republicans believe that Trump won in 2020. Um, a poll done on September 12th, 2021 says 59% of GOP voters say believing Trump won in 2020 is important to being a Republican. Um,
Kind of,
Two-thirds of Republicans still
it's a
think the
lot.
2020 election. Yeah, it's like somewhere between 50% to the majority of Republicans believe that Donald Trump had the election stolen from them. That's too many. You don't need 100 million people to win a coup. Having tens of millions of rabid, dedicated, disinfo believing voters supporting you in critical places while you take over a government is more than enough.
I think I think that's a fair point to make. I think we have a problem. I just don't think it's as extreme as you make it out to be. And I hear you say a lot of like really like crazy big statements. Like there's just going to be this awful thing happening. Like I feel like there's a lot of fear mongering, and it just I don't feel like it's warranted. I think if you look at the news, like yeah, oh you can point to these certain things happening. Yeah, this is a bit scary. This isn't, but we're going to be okay.
I don't
Democracy's not going anywhere.
This is like
It's good.
you're first to die, you know that, right? Like this attitude of
No, we're getting here.
complacency.
The genocide's coming. I'm being locked up in a camp. Oh no! Like
No, and no,
if I
in
was
this case
worried, I should be worried more than anybody. If I'm not worried, what does that say?
it would be
Like
your it would say you're
you may be the
naive.
first to go.
It has nothing to do with your identity. It's because you're naive. This like what is this? I've listed so many ways in which they're openly anti-democratic, and you're like, haha, it won't be that bad. It can't happen here. Like, with respect, that's what they thought back in the Weimar Republic. That's what they always think. Everyone always thinks that. You believe
So
you
then,
live at
why
the
isn't
end of
there a
history.
fascist revolution in every single country? Like you could say that about
You
literally every
realize
country that ever exists. Like
liberal democracies are outnumbered by countries that aren't liberal democracies, and that right now there are fewer liberal democracies than there were 20 years ago, right? Like Hungary, remember what happened there? Everyone said it couldn't happen there either, and then it did. Like the liberal democracies are the exception, not the rule. Russia fell. Russian adjacent post-Soviet nations that didn't align with the EU. You have a brief span of potential liberal democracy before post-Soviet corruption sets in. The idea that it can't Turkey, yeah, the idea that it can't happen here is gigacopium. And it goes beyond gigacopium to being irresponsible when you're like responding to legitimate signs of a potential future like autocratic coup being done by the party which has already attempted an autocratic coup by saying like, oh, you're fear-mongering, you're crazy. I don't think I'm crazy. I think the Republicans are just being honest when they show us who they are.
I I think you're scared, and I understand why you're scared. But like I said, as someone who has a
Please
lot of
don't
stake
chide or
in
patronize.
this, what?
Please don't patronize. It's not about personal fear. I'm rich. I can move to
But
any country on earth.
that wasn't like an insult. Like I was trying to empathize with you, but okay. I just think that we have strong systems in place, and I'm confident enough in the democracy of this country that I'm okay. Can it happen? Yeah, it technically could happen anywhere. I'm not denying. Like, yeah, is there a small chance that something can happen? Yeah, okay. Could a meteor strike an Earth? Like, yeah. I mean,
So
obviously,
you
one's
think
more
the
likely to happen than
likelihood
the
of
other.
a
No,
meteor
it's
striking
not.
the
It's not
Earth?
the same. No, no.
Okay, the
I was
Republican
just about to say
Party
that. No, I don't think it's the same thing. I was
is
just
anti-democratic in ways that you don't have a counter for. Why would you not think so if a racist party achieves power, you think there might be racist outcomes. If a homophobic party achieves power, you think there might be homophobic outcomes. If an anti-democratic party achieves power, you think there might be anti-democratic outcomes, right? Like, isn't that a reasonable? All I'm doing is looking at their behavior and going, hey, they might continue to do the things they're already doing. I'm not extrapolating. Like, they're already saying they're anti-democratic. The problem with having anti-democratic politicians, though, is that if they get what they want done, you don't get another shot. The elections are done, or at least heavily biased in their favor.
It's just, I mean, like I said, I just have to go back. I mean, when Trump was in power, I was scared. I had that point in my life. I was terrified. I had just come out as trans. I was pretty young, and I was like, oh no, what does this mean for me? Am I not going to be able to transition and stuff? And I had that fear, and I think because I had that fear for so long, and I turned out okay at the end, I think that's probably why I feel the way that I
How
do.
old are you?
Because I mean, I'm 22.
Oh yeah, nah, I fucking thought so. With respect, like this is the consequence of people who only got into politics in 2016. You think the world began when you started paying attention to politics in 2016? And since like you got all the apocalyptic messaging back in 2016, and then it happened, like it finished, and like Biden came into president, you're like, oh, okay, so it will be okay. You're engaging in the same logical fallacy that people do when they think that climate change isn't actually a problem because they were warned about it in the year of 2000 by Al Gore, and he said that by like 2015 things would be like this, and they're not that bad yet. So you're like, oh, so there's no issue. Like climate change is still coming. The timeline just isn't what we thought it was going to be, and Republicans are still coming. You know, that timeline nobody predicts. Nobody can know the future, but that doesn't mean the threat has gone away. It just means it's deferred. Like the beer hall push. When did the beer hall push happen? What was it? Beer hall push. 1923. And when did Hitler take power?
Yeah.
What a wacky guy. A decade afterwards, you know? What a comfortable decade that must have been. How much people may have laughed at him. Oh, Hitler? Oh, the Nazis? You mean that the guy associated with the party associated with that guy who got arrested after the beer hall putsch? And then where do we end up? I'm not saying Trump's like Hitler. I'm just saying that like
Okay.
politics doesn't operate on the time scale that your personal sense of comfort and relief does.
Um, I think that that's probably a very, very fair point. I would say when it comes to climate change, I think you mentioned, I think that climate change like is happening the way scientists like said it would happen. I think it's actually a little faster than they said. The problem is with something that is like so far in the future that I mean we had like a lot of like messaging saying like, all of these crazy things, all of this like, extremist stuff, and some of it is happening. It's just not happening right away. It's taking decades to, notice things happening, and it's like these smaller things that eventually lead to these bigger things. A lot of drastic stuff is changing, but because it's like the average American's life isn't really changing that much, people don't think it's a substantial threat, when in reality, it is a more long lasting threat. Obviously, politics isn't the same. Like, you'll have, like, a bunch of very normal democracy, and then you'll have, like, these weird, climates where, some extremists take power. I mean, a lot of people were saying, like, Trump is the most extreme president we've had in a long time. And, even then, we were fine. Could we have someone who was more, could this lead to the way to more? I guess there's always a possibility. There always is. But like I said, I don't see that happening. I think as a society, I'm very happy with the way that like, people are. I think people are more moderate. I mean, well, not more moderate. I think people aren't as extreme. I don't think that the public is really going to, vote for someone who is super like extreme on the right. I don't think that that is very popular with the American people.
But
I
they
think we're
did.
becoming more progressive as a society.
But they did do
I don't
that.
think Trump would win if we did an election right now. I do not think Trump would win. I mean, maybe it's possible that he would.
He came close in 2020, and he had more votes for him than any other candidate in U.S. history apart from Biden in that same election.
I mean, he lost. He won in 2016. He lost in 2020. I mean,
Okay.
that's all I really have to say.
So I know that he lost, but my threshold for believing we've overcome the specter of far-right anti-democracy is not they lost an election one time, which again,
There's
they did. The Nazis, they did. It doesn't matter whether or not they win or lose one time. They only have to win once, and they're positioned pretty well for 2024.
Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, Trump did win once. And yeah, you say we only need once. He won once. And we got someone like Biden now. Very calm, very, I want to say uneventful, but I don't think it's entirely uneventful. But compared to Trump, I mean, Trump was a very interesting figure.
What has Trump done in the past 4 years? Has he moderated in response to this voter pressure for him to become more moderate? Or has he only been more extreme with time? It's not like he didn't do work back during his first presidency. The first presidency, he spent the entire time radicalizing his base. Republicans, over the course of just a few years, went from the John McCain era of complacent neocon, cuck republicans, to being like
Hmm.
epic red pill Donald Trump like proto fascists who basically believe in QAnon and think that like the whole country is falling apart and can only be saved by a strongman. It took him
You
that
know,
long to move tens of millions of Americans over to his standard.
you know what? I'll tell you. I think you do have a point, and I'll concede in some way because there's an event that'll always stick in my mind. There's this guy Dan Crenshaw. He was hosting a debate at my college, and I'll never forget this. Nick Fuentes and a bunch of his fans like randomly stored this random debate, and they asked the conservative guy all these anti-Jewish questions. It was one of the most terrifying experiences of my life, and I was just watching it live, like in front of my face, and these people were like saying the most like awful, nastiest shit. And these were Republicans who were so extreme that someone like Dan Crenshaw was basically like a liberal to them. Like they didn't. It was that was probably the thing that scared me the most in my life. That was a very weird thing to be a part of. So I do think
They
that there
want you
are
dead.
these. I they want me dead. I mean, I don't know if they I don't know if they want me dead. I think that's a very extreme thing to say. Like, even if these people have political power, I don't think that they're going to go all Nazi and like lock me up in a camp somewhere.
Why not?
I think I would be very scared. I would probably consider moving to another country if like someone like Nick Fuentes rose to power. It'd be a pretty scary time.
Even if
But I don't think that they'd murder me though.
the
I
mainstream
really
Republican
don't.
Party on a state level has already supported a variety of positions depending on who we're talking about. Everything from forced detransition to denying medical coverage to trans adults,
Yeah.
to banning the discussion of any trans issues in schooling, to the idea of forced conversion therapy, to the idea of arresting parents of trans children because they believe the trans child must have been groomed by the parents. The combined effect of
That's
all this behavior,
close.
they want to legislate you out of existence.
There are, I will say this, right now, there are a lot of anti-trans laws being passed. It is a very sad thing. I think we need to fight against them. I was in a class recently, I'll never forget this, and like the teacher was mentioning this, and it's like, everyone at first was like, oh, this is so sad, these anti-trans laws. And then we went to what these laws actually were, and it was like one of the laws was like trans people can't play in sports. And they were actually like, oh, let's just actually, this isn't that bad. I actually agree with this law. And I was thinking to myself, like, no, you're not supposed to agree with it. It's like that's the problem, though, is they're phrasing it in a way that it's like the "Don't Say Gay" bill, like in Florida. People are phrasing it to make it look like how could you be against a bill that's like what? Are you saying that we want teachers to like talk about sex with third graders? It's like they're very manipulative in how they talk about it. They don't understand that these people are just trying to like make it harder for LGBT people, and as much as they get away with, they just
I
again
agree.
they
It's
make it as
almost like they
uncharitable.
lie
Yeah.
to get away with hurting people as badly as possible while not tripping any of the legal or civil barriers that they would need to in order to achieve their real goals. Because they lie anyway. I mean, you're completely right. The Don't Say Gay bill is being framed as some kind of protect our children from pointless discourse. But in reality, and it's pretty widely acknowledged, at least in liberal circles, that the Don't Say Gay bill is incredibly legally irresponsible and just basically like prevents teachers from even acknowledging the existence of anything that isn't like cishet, people in classes. So if they're willing to lie about that, and for what? Like, do you really think these legislators believe that like this is about protecting children? They want to make you illegal. And maybe step one is is this wave of anti-trans legislation and, somewhat reasonable sounding stuff like the don't let trans women play in women's sports bill or whatever. But if they gain more power, one of the first things that far right governments typically do to consolidate their power is to blame the perceived downfall of their society on a minority group, external and internal, because
Mm.
galvanizing hate against that group is more effective in terms of PR response than focusing on the achievements of the party itself. And trans people right now are lined up as basically the Jews of modern America. You're an
Ugh.
No, really, you're in effect.
No, I'm saying that that's awful. I hate it. When I'm
Oh
saying that,
yeah,
I'm just like, I hate that for myself. It's like, why? I hate that I'm like the fucking boogeyman of America. It's
you in
wow, I
effect
love debating my existence with people. I'm not talking about you.
left. No, I get no left leaning,
Yeah.
effete, intellectual, degenerate, um, seducing youth, corrupting children. Like the stereotypes in terms of how they're applied line up pretty heavily, and it's like, damn, I don't know. I mean, dispense with the Nazi Germany comparisons and all. I think some of them would put you in camps. Yeah, I do. I do. I think those neighbors that treat you so nice, if you gave them the right political conditions 10 or 15 years down the road, would be reporting you to the local bureau because you're a suspected child groomer, and they would be sending you
Mhm.
off to a uh, forced conversion therapy. This isn't unprecedented civilly. It's not like this has only ever happened in Nazi Germany. I just don't want this to happen.
To happen either, and that's the problem. I think we want the same things. That's the thing is I'm nice to people. I'm nice to conservatives and they're nice to me. I've had so many positive experiences in my life with relatives who people would say, "Oh, they're like these awful people. They'll never like you." But because I was nice to them, they liked me. And
There
it
are
was like we
always
were cool. They were better about trans rights because I was nice, because I understood them, and because I was reasonable. And that's why I feel like I am the way I am, because I've seen it firsthand. I think if we, there's so much divisiveness, but if we just like talk to people and be like, hey, I'm just like a woman. I don't want to like, remove gender roles. I'm not trying to erase gender, all these things that people are saying. I just want to exist in society as a woman and for it not to be a huge deal.
there.
That's
I mean,
it.
there are
Like,
conservatives who will shit talk BLM and say George Floyd is 2 years off his fentanyl addiction or whatever, but they'll have like black coworkers that they talk nice with. There are plenty of anti-feminists and anti-women's rights advocates who have good relationships with individual women in their lives. There's a difference between individual decorum and like political advocacy. And at the end of the day, like people being nice to you in person can never be a good metric for their political positions generally, because you'll always be one of the good ones. Like that's always how it is. Like they'll always be, okay, yeah, I have a problem with immigrants in general, but like you're one of the good ones. Oh, trans people in general are crazy, but you're one of the good ones. It'll always be like that. So while kindness is a good virtue in general, I still think it's important as a broad approach to treat these people as the political enemy. Because even if they're kind in direct conversation, their kindness, the kindness they have with you, you're kind of letting them off the hook. If a person who wants to legislate you out of existence has friendly convos with you, what does that make them feel like? Oh, they're Christ-like. They can get along. They don't hate the sinner, they hate the sin. But no, that's not enough, right? They should face political opposition. They should face stigmatization. We should make life bad for them because they're trying to make life bad for others.
I mean, the issue here is when it comes to trans people, there's just not a lot of us out there. I mean, online it's different. I mean, a lot of trans people online, but I think don't quote me on this, but I remember seeing somewhere that only like 30% of people know a trans person. I was surprised it was like even that high, like in real life. Most people haven't met a trans person. Like all we're seeing is like trans people in the media, and when you see trans people in the media, it's usually not great representation.
Yeah.
So I think it's always good to be a positive role model, because I could be super, argumentative and be like, "Oh, how dare you vote for Trump? How dare you?" But like, what is that going to do? It's just going to make me the enemy, and it's not going to get me anywhere with these people. Instead, if I'm nice to them, it's like, "Hey, I disagree with you politically, but like, I'm not what you think I am. I'm just like pretty chill." Then
Oh,
I
I'm
think we
I'm
can
nice when
make
I
a
talk to
lot more.
conservatives. I'm nice when I talk to conservatives in person. But there's a middle ground. You don't have to freak out and yell at them for voting for Trump or whatever, but I think you gotta stand your ground like it's a law. And you can't ever delude yourself into thinking that because they're nice individually, that means their political aspirations aren't malicious.
Well, there might be on the more extreme ends, maybe. I think even the moderate conservative does have transphobic feelings. Like even the moderate liberal probably has transphobic feelings, right? I mean, I was debated Destiny recently. I'm sure, there are some Destiny viewers who aren't transphobic. I'm sure there are some who are. Maybe some of your viewers are transphobic, but I think you're very anti, what is it? You're very pro-trans, but I'm sure, I just think in society, unfortunately speaking, you pull 10 people on the street, I think 7 of them are probably going to have some very iffy views on trans people. And 2 of them, like 2 of the other 3, are like going to say that they're pro trans, but they're not super pro trans. Like we're very far from where we need to be. And that's the problem.
I
Is it's
acknowledge
such
that.
a new thing. Yeah.
No,
And
I
that's
agree
what
with
it
that.
sucks having to live that. And it's like most people I talk to, they're going to be like, oh yeah, they're not going to say something to my face, but they might feel some way. And it's like, yeah, you can say, oh, this is Republicans, and maybe there's more Republicans than Democrats. But I've had Democrats say super transphobic stuff to me. Like if I don't agree with them politically, like on the abortion thing or anything, I've had like feminists say to me, oh, well, only like you're not a real woman. Like I forget what they said, but they said some like not like as soon as I disagree with them politically, like their true nature comes out, and they'll say, "Well, actually, your opinion doesn't matter because you're not a real woman anyway." And I was just like, "Oh, so that's how you really feel?" Like, oh my god. And so then I see stuff like that, and I'm thinking, like, okay, this is just as bad as what the Republicans are saying to me. Like, I don't understand. Maybe
It's not about which individuals support which positions. It's about which political forces they back. And at the end of the day, the Republican Party right now is embroiled in a massive anti-trans wave of propaganda and legislation, and the Democrats aren't. I acknowledge that there are plenty of phony progressives out there, and plenty of Republicans who are capable of being nice interpersonally with trans people. But I feel like it's important to look beyond people's individual levels of civil, decorum, and focus on what matters most, which is ultimately, after all the civility is set aside and the decorum is put away, what do people vote for? What actual political positions do people support? And I would always rather have a transphobe voting blue than a person who considers themselves an egalitarian voting red, because that's the outcome that actually is going to have an effect on my life.
maybe I would say that the culture is important because I mean, when you talk about like there's a bunch of like let's say there are a bunch of like TERFs. They're liberals, but they hate trans people. Daily life is still going to be really hard for me because of all these TERF types out there. But it's like, oh, but they're technically voting for the left. So I guess like certain things like, but I
Well, you can be
do
cunty to
think
them
it's
if you want.
important
I'm
to.
not I'm not defending these people. You can treat them like shit for all I care.
I mean, I want to be respectful. I had someone I was going to talk to a bit, and then kind of it didn't wind up happening because it was so weird because this person was like nice to me, and then like the next day he's like retweeting all these like turf articles, and it just is so weird. It's like I want to be nice to people, and that's the thing I'm struggling with. It's like people who are starting to like fall for this transphobic propaganda and stuff. It's like I want to be nice to them, but maybe that's like not always gonna work. And like, how do I deal with that?
I
It's
just
like I don't believe like, oh, just give up, don't care what they think. Like there's always an effort to be made. It's just
I
it
don't think there's a
sucks.
relationship at all between how nice people are in person and what their actual political positions are. I think there are like we right after the civil rights movement, it became politically unacceptable for white people to call black people the N-word with the hard R, for a
Mm-hmm.
variety of reasons. But all those people who used to do that day to day, they're still politicians. They're still deans, they're still principals, they're still bosses. So what they have to learn to get real nice with people they do not like, people who spent the past 30 years of their career advocating that white people and black people should live separately, all of a sudden have to buddy buddy in a society where it's not acceptable to say that. I think that people can have a pretty deliberate and well-learned response for civility, even with groups of people they hate. And I think that's one of the reasons conservatives have a huge chip on their shoulder, because they feel like they're a victim for having to do that, because they hate these people and they think everyone else does too. And they feel like they're being basically forced by society to suppress those feelings and act insincerely, and they consider that to be a form of oppression. And I really feel like the only way to get past that, like, because you'll never know if a person who's being nice to you is doing so sincerely or not. The only way to really get past that, I think, is to just deal with the cultural forces that make these people prominent to begin with. And there's no denying that right now, the reason conservatives have a chip on their shoulder about trans people is because they're being told to by conservative media and conservative politicians for no reason. Like nothing was happening, and then conservatives just decided in 2017 with the anti-trans bathroom bill, banning trans people from the military despite the Pentagon recommendation,
Mm-hmm.
all the conservative obsession with drag queen time story hour, the current
Well, I don't
rumor.
like drag queen story but otherwise I agree with you
Well, right, but
100%.
it's not an indictment of trans people in general. Drag queens aren't even trans necessarily.
Yeah,
Um,
100%. I'm anti drag queen, but I agree with you with everything else.
it all gets roped in, and
Yeah,
they're
fair.
right,
That's
and
fair.
yeah, and so I think like we have to cut the head off. You know what I mean? We got to lop them. And the best way to do that, I think, is to promote aggressive anti-Republican political advocacy.
Um, Here's the thing, though. I want to get back to something you said. I mean, we've mentioned this before. I mean, when you talk to, conservatives, they'll be nice to you in front of your face and that there's a big power when they can do that. But in the back of their head, they still have these racist, these homophobic, these sexist, these transphobic thoughts. I do think that that's true to some extent. The issue is like, I've seen it with liberals too. It's just, I think it manifests in different ways. And I think in some instances, maybe there's more. Like maybe liberals feel such a pressure to be pro trans when it's like, actually, no, I just support abortions. I mean, I just support like, better workers conditions. I'm not really with this. I just want gay rights. I'm not, the trans stuff is too
Then be
far
mean
from
to
me,
them.
but I want to be nice. I think that that's like way too common within liberals and
I'm mean to
stuff. And so
liberals.
it's like, I feel that coming from both sides. And I'm just going to be honest with you. I think Republicans are more upfront about it, but I think the Democratic can be just as malicious.
They're also the ones legislating. I don't accept this equivocacy. Regardless of your personal experiences, all polling and all legislative like records indicate that Republicans are far, far more anti-LGBT than Democrats are. Maybe you've like experienced disingenuous like liberals or whatever, but to be honest, I
Mm.
don't know where your political instincts are, but a lot of people call themselves liberals when they're not. Sargon called himself a liberal, you know? I don't know. TERFs call themselves liberals, and then like J.K. Rowling pretends to
Well,
be a
they are
liberal
though.
and exclusively backs and like talks with and hangs out with like conservatives now. So
But like,
you
I'm
you
sorry,
can
no,
you
you.
can be mean to whoever you want. All I'm saying is at the end of the day, like we know which side of the aisle is anti-trans based on polling and based on what legislation they're pushing.
I think generally speaking, you are correct in that generally speaking, Republicans are much more anti-trans. I think that's just pretty much a fact. But I think it goes deeper than that. I will say though, I do when it comes to TERFs, I think that there are a lot of TERFs do. I've noticed this, and they do have a lot of like Republican tendencies when it comes to their anti-trans stuff. I have noticed that. I think that there is a point there. But you have these people who are pro-choice, they're feminists, they're pro-gay. I mean, all of these things, but they're anti-trans. I think they are liberals, and I think when people say, "Oh, they're all conservatives," I think you're just dismissing the problem. You're kind of sweeping under the rug because it's so often to say turfs are just they're just conservatives. Oh, don't worry about it. But I don't think that they're just conservatives. I think a lot of them are liberals. Maybe they want to. Some of them want to seem like liberals, but they're more conservative than they're letting on. I don't know J.K. Rowling's her stance on every issue, but she does have some liberal issues, and I do think that she's a liberal on a lot of stuff, and a lot of Turks are. So
I,
I think that this is a problem that's going on. I think there are a lot of people on the left who are anti-trans, but they're still, pro these other things.
no, I don't disagree with that. I just don't think that there's an equivocacy when it comes to which side you should support politically. But I acknowledge that there are plenty of liberals. I feel like I'm talking to a liberal right now who has like bigoted predilections, you know? It's been known to happen. Sorry, I should clarify that because I didn't mean that as underhandedly as I'm sure it sounded. I was joking mostly. Though I am kind of curious about your drag queen statement earlier.
Uh,
But no, in terms of like a lot of people identify as liberals. I don't really care for that. All I care about is like politically what outcomes are we getting with this party versus the other. Republicans are the ones doing the huge anti-trans legislation wave and pushing the anti-trans propaganda. And when you see liberals who believe anti-trans sentiments, they probably got it from conservative media. You know, like these moderate liberals who are so concerned about trans women in women's sports, or about trans women being groomers, or about them being delusional or mentally ill. It's not left-leaning media that's pushing that idea. It's right-leaning media that they might have picked up on.
Definitely the Tucker Carlsons and the Ben Shapiro's of the world. Definitely. Oh yeah. No, I'm not even denying that. That is true. The only issue though is like I think the vast majority of trans people are voting like Democratic. Like that is just a thing that happens. I'm probably in the minority for even being slightly center of of left. You know what I'm saying? But when I think a good comparison we can make is there's like there's Black and Hispanic voters who they believe in these conservative values, but because Republicans are racist, they're going to vote for the left. So, I mean, I think that could be an issue too. It's like I'm not just a trans woman. Like, obviously, I don't even know where I stand politically. Like, I wouldn't even call myself a centrist. Honestly, I don't know where I fit in. 'Cause I don't think any party really speaks to me, and I haven't found my place yet. Um, I just know that I feel like there's like this, like even my mom says to me sometimes, like she'll be like, that these Republicans, they're trying to take away your rights. And it's like, I know when it comes to trans stuff, the liberals are always going to be pro-trans in that instance. But maybe there's some other stuff that I don't agree with. Like, I don't feel like it feels wrong that I have to be locked into the certain stance, that I have to always feel a certain way when it's like, I don't want to be defined by like one issue. But when it's my rights on the line, it's important. It's just this weird tug of war. I don't know how to feel.
You could always be
It's
a socialist
it's a
and
lot.
break the line.
Hey, I don't know if I mentioned this. I think I did in the email. I'm like half Cuban. My mom, her parents escaped from Cuba when Fidel rose to power. So I don't think I'll ever fall in line. I do. Here's the thing, though. I think when it comes to like what we actually believe, I kind of believe in a lot of the same stuff. I think that minimum wage needs to be increased. I think workers deserve more rights. So you think, oh well, you do think? No, I'm not a socialist. I do believe that like capitalism should still exist. I think businesses shouldn't go away. I think that there's a lot of regulations that need to be put on businesses so that they act better and that the average American lives a better life. But I don't call myself a socialist because I think that that's just capitalism done better. So you know what I'm saying? And I don't want to
Like
like Cuba is
super
really bad. I
capitalism,
don't want
perhaps.
America to ever become like that.
Super capitalism, perhaps. I'm a big fan of super capitalism.
Well, what I'm saying is that the way that capitalism is being run is a huge problem because a lot of average Americans are suffering while these CEOs are like profiting and they're like super greedy, and it's like it's not working, and the average American doesn't have a say. There's lobbyists all over the place. We have all of these problems that need to be fixed, but I don't believe the answer to that. And I think the problem is we have these genuine problems that people are looking at, and because of these problems, they're turning to socialism because it's so bad. They think that capitalism is the problem. We need to throw it away. And I think the reality is we need a better form. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I
I mean,
agree.
I don't think you'd agree. Oh,
No, no,
really?
no. I
Okay.
think one of the most important things that we can do to improve capitalism is to really double down on the incentive structure of production and innovation that makes capitalism so valuable. I think one of the best things we can do to achieve this is to ensure that every business is owned collectively by the workers who produce there. Because that way, all of the workers have a collective incentive to maximize the effectiveness of their business. Super capitalism.
Okay, so I feel like that's the thing that I think you're trying to trick me into like the workers, the means. I think you're trying to trick me into some Marxist stuff.
No,
I
no, no,
just
no,
I
no.
want I want to know what you mean when you say that though, because we have to. I think we're fighting a fine line of like there's a certain point. It's like I don't think the CEO should be making the exact same as the average worker, but I don't think the average worker should be making $10 an hour. I think they need to be making a living wage. I
Um,
think I think there's a fine line in between there where you can find a beautiful harmony that works.
Well, of course, I am a socialist, which means that the ideal society, or at least the society that I would like to work towards, it's always more complicated than that, is one where the commodity form has been abolished. That is to say, goods are no longer produced for the purpose of selling them. And additionally, where you have a democratization of the means of production. So the means of production are controlled collectively by the people, or by the working class. And I think one of the most effective ways to move in that direction is to push for a worker cooperative economy, which is generally referred to as market socialism, though there's a bit more to it than that. And I think that would be one of the steps that we could take. Not all worker cooperatives are flat in terms of their pay, like everyone gets paid the same, but the most essential feature is that there is a democratic structure within the company. Most companies are autocratic by nature. Um, you don't really have a way of second guessing or checking what the boss does or says. So a worker cooperative allows for some level of democracy, whether that be voting on issues or voting in managers.
Okay, I do think that workers should probably have more say in their place. I think, they should have more say than they currently get. I don't think they should have all the say. I do think that there's upper management roles for a reason, but they should have more say than they currently do. I think that that is a problem and that is a thing that is happening. And when it comes to selling goods, though, I think people, if you say, oh, well, no one's doing it for profit, I think that, when people sell things for profit, they're basically giving people more of what they want. So, people say that these companies are so evil, but it's like the problem is because they're making money, the fact that they're making money incentivizes them to make the things that people want. And it incentivizes people to be like, oh, I'm going to make this thing that, it's going to benefit people's lives because it's going to make me rich as well. I think it's a mutual benefit in this case. And I think
Well,
there are goods to capitalism. There's also bads to capitalism, and we have to regulate those so that it's more tolerable.
well, they're not giving anyone anything, right? They're selling. But it really depends on the market we're talking about, right? So when we talk about decommodification, there are things in America that are already decommodified to an extent. In some cities, there's decommodified transport and travel, where it's managed by the city. There are countries where decommodified housing initiatives exist. Medical care, decommodified to an extent when you have Medicaid, to the extent at least the government is capturing a portion of its interests. I think that when we talk about decommodification, the first things we need to work on decommodifying are elements of industry where the supply demand curve doesn't function that well. Because oftentimes it's more profitable to do something that's just worse socially, and there's also not really a need for consumer choice. For example, medical care. Consumer choice doesn't exist for medical care the same way it does for other things because nobody goes shopping around for like a surgery to have done on them. Emergency services are done at the closest hospital to you because that is where you need to go immediately. And usually you're just looking for some very basic medical supervision over some issue that you have to get a prescription. But it's not like you don't like shop around hospital to hospital for the most part. Usually because hospitals don't have to make their prices public. So decommodification can be effective there. Housing industry. You have massive housing crises in large cities because the state or the local government is preventing companies from building out more housing because housing realtors want to keep the relative price of houses high so they can sell them at a higher price. And existing homeowners don't want the evaluation of their housing price to go down by the existence of new houses to be built. So, like, you have instances where the supply demand shit just doesn't work that well. You have inelastic markets. So we can test decommodification there. Other countries already have. It's been effective. And I think that's a good way to start in that direction. I'm okay with an incremental approach towards these things, insofar as it gives us data to work with.
Okay. Oh wow, there's a lot I need to cover. I've been writing down these notes. I would say, okay, where do I even start? When it comes to these medical things specifically, right? I want to mention a personal story I have, right? I have relatives in Cuba. I have a relative in Cuba who has cancer, and my mom literally had to fly to Cuba to get the medicine from the United States because even though their healthcare was free, they didn't have really good healthcare. And that's the issue. It's like they didn't have these drugs that we needed to save her life. So, all the time people say, and the US medical system is not perfect. It's a problem. A lot of people who are poor can't afford medical care and they die. And that's an awful thing that should not be happening in a first world country. But at the same time, you have to acknowledge that, there are people coming from other countries. And a lot of these countries, they have these long lines. I've even heard of cases where it's like people are assigned a doctor and it's like, this is, your free doctor, but this is the doctor you get. And it might not be the best doctor. But Americans, you have to pay more, but there's a choice. And I always get the assumption if you're rich in this country, it's better. But if you're poor in this country, it's worse. So it's like there, it's probably worse for most people, but it's when it's good, it's really good. So I mean, I don't know how I feel about that,
You
but
don't
I
choose
think there's some positive.
the,
You
the
know, you don't.
the insurance chooses, right? Also, the reason they had to go to America to get that drug is probably because of the US embargo on Cuba. Cuba has really good medical outcomes, but you can't really blame it for not having like some types of drugs because the country is not wealthy enough to have the massive pharmaceutical companies America has. If it weren't for the embargo, they could probably just buy the drugs. For the amount of money Cuba has, their medical outcomes are astonishingly high. Um, if it weren't for the embargo, they probably would be wealthier and would probably have access to better medicine as well. But there's so many doctors there that they export them, which is pretty crazy. In terms of like choice, I don't think the average American like really chooses anything meaningful about their healthcare, or
Mhm.
like the choice we're getting is superficial. People care about like keeping their doctor, but like what most people need for their medical checkups is like regular checkups, urgent care, emergency care. Emergency care, nobody gets a choice. You get shunted off to the nearest emergency care usually. Urgent care, you just have like an issue that you need taken care of. You don't really even need like your doctor. You can just get anyone to look at it usually. And then for general checkups, like it's like a once a year thing, Most people like I feel like a lot of people pay like fucking billions of dollars on their medical care and they barely get anything in return for it. Even people who have medical insurance pay out the ass for it, and they often can't even choose the hospitals they want, because insurance doesn't cover all hospitals always, or not all hospitals take all insurance. And then the pricing they still kick in after, and then you have to meet the fucking minimum before the insurance kicks in. It's a nightmare, you know? This is a system where decommodification is just perfect. Standardized care, get rid of the insurance system, because it's non-elastic. There's no limit to what a person will pay for insulin, which means that there's no limit that a company's willing to charge for it, theoretically, outside external factors. Because you can't just not have insulin, right?
Absolutely, you need to have insulin, and that's a problem. Like, you had Martin Shkreli like raising the price all the time. People are like praising him. It's like, no, this dude did an awful thing. Yeah, these life-saving drugs are so vital and so important. They shouldn't be bankrupting people. I think that that's a fair thing. I think most people would agree.
Welcome to
Maybe not
socialism.
everybody.
You're no longer allowed to vote, and you have to buy a gun.
No, I did not
Kalashnikov
say that.
style, nice wooden stock with a strap over it. Welcome to the club.
No, the problem is that you have these companies artificially raising the prices over because they know that people are so desperate that they'll pay it. It's like it does not cost that much for these companies to make these drugs, but they're making it cost more because they're greedy and they know they can get away with it. I think that's the problem. I don't think it's socialism. I think make them more affordable so that they don't make people break the bank. I think there's a problem with hospitals. I was just reading it just recently that like hospitals will overcharge you, like just add bills because they just get away with it. Like
Yeah,
it's unbelievable. And it's like that, in my opinion, the solution to that is regulate those companies, and nobody's doing it. And it's like,
super capitalism. I
why?
agree.
But that's the thing. I think that we fundamentally disagree. Is like I think you see that and you say throw it all away. When I say I think that it means we need more regulations to make the system better.
Well, the problems that exist in the medical industry are a very visible facsimile of issues that exist broadly in our economy, especially in markets which should be decommodified. Housing is in a similar situation. Right now in the United States, the aggregate, what is the median rent in the United States? Isn't it it's like nearing 2,000 or something, but the median income in the US is something like 50 or 60,000, which means that the like the proportion you're supposed to spend a third of your income or less on rent, like the proportion, it's getting to the point like Americans can't afford rent in America. And that's the free market at work right there. The free market and local governments work together to restrict access to housing supply, and our government allows foreign investors to, or local investors, it really doesn't matter, to buy up real estate and just sit in it as an investment, to speculate on it rather than to have anyone actually live in there. This can be addressed with policy. But one of the best policies that we could go for, in my personal opinion, is to decommodify the housing market, which has seen limited success in parts of America and in parts of other countries, to have local initiatives to build out additional housing, which are being done exclusively for the betterment of the city and not being done for the, for the profit seeking of the construction companies and realtors.
Well, also, I live in Phoenix, and Phoenix is,
Oh,
I
I'm
think, the
sorry.
city that's no, yeah, that's what I'm saying. We are most impacted by all of this. I think we're like the number one most like house prices going up, right? I've lived here for a long time. It used to be pretty cheap, pretty affordable to live here. These past few years, though, lots of people, I can't explain to you why. It's hot as fuck in Phoenix. Sorry if I'm not allowed to curse. I think I'm okay. But yeah, it's really hot. Don't know why anyone's living here, but a lot of people from California and stuff want to move here. And the problem is, these past few years, housing prices have nearly doubled. It's absolutely insane. And I don't know, like this used to be an affordable place to live for a lot of people. And I'm seeing firsthand that it's not, and it's a problem.
We could
And
literally
another
just
is
build houses. We could just build them. We could just do that.
yeah, we should. But here's the thing, though: they're not building houses; they're building apartments. They want people to live in apartments, and they're charging like just as much, if not more. Some of their apartment rates are insane. It's like you're not even getting a full house; you're getting like a one bedroom where you live with like 1,000 other people. It's like it's so crazy what they're trying to make you do. It's like you can't even have your own land at this point. You need to have someone who owns the apartment, and they're profiting from it. I don't like apartments. I think that's something we can agree with
Well,
conservatives on too, because I think they like houses. They
no,
like the
no,
dream of
no.
owning a house.
Oh, you're not going to get me on this one. One of the big reasons housing prices are so high is because huge areas of cities are zoned exclusively for single family houses, which are very space inefficient and very costly for the city because it means laying out way more underlying infrastructure, sewage, water lines, electricity, stuff like that. Um, that's why suburbs are so incredibly expensive. Suburbs are almost always a net tax loss for the city because it's so expensive to maintain them. I'm in favor of the construction of apartments. I think the issue right now is that the balancing is off. There are families that are too poor to afford a house, so they cram together into apartments. But like the apartment should be for bachelors. Apartments should be for bachelors or single like people or couples or students or whatever, like stuff like that, you know? Older people if they want, but like if a family wants to be able to get into a larger home, they should be able to, but they can't because in a lot of places the bigger home is all that exists, so it's very space inefficient, and you have like a much lower like population per square mile than you could get otherwise. For a perfect example of this, look in Los Angeles. Oh my God, Los Angeles, the county is like 13 million people in it, and there are just entire square miles of Los Angeles where you can drive around in very poor areas, by the way, and see nothing but like single family houses with family lots with tiny houses on them built for poor people in areas where the realtors wanted to build apartments because it would be more space and cost efficient, but they couldn't because the zoning laws only allowed them to build single family houses. So they just have tiny little houses squatting on these huge lots that just die because the families don't have the money or interest to maintain the lot of a house they can like barely afford, you know? Like it's so fucked, you know? Sorry, I'm rambling.
You're totally fine. I think with Los Angeles, I think in particular, that city is so big and there's so many people that live there. I think that that's a pretty different situation. You have, there's not a lot of space. So in that instance, you probably do need apartments. Like New York City, you can't have single family houses in New York City and Manhattan. That's not a thing that can happen. You need those high rises. But when it comes to like Phoenix, for instance, where I live at least, right? There's a lot of empty land. There's a lot of like, so we don't have a ton of, I mean, we have more apartments now, probably because there's more people. But for me, at least my own experience, single family homes have always worked. And for most Americans, they have worked. I think, in like the 50s or whatever, it was expected that people would live in homes. And I worry that this trend is now,
It didn't work
they don't
economically.
expect,
It
they
was
don't expect
bad.
people to, why was it bad?
Well, that because those suburbs didn't work. Like economically, they were a terrible idea. They ended up being a huge, huge, huge money sink. The best money like sources for a city, it's always the inner urban area. I think you can get like something with the dignity of a single family house without all the wasteful suburban space. Medium density suburbs, which you can find, I think, around Chicago. Um, well, you can find them everywhere, but I think that Chicago has a pretty good example of them. You can find these places where things are pretty packed together, but it like feels good to live in. Let me see if I can find a good example of this. Um, there's a particular city that was used in a Just Not Bikes episode, or Not Just Bikes episode. Oh, here we
Hmm.
go. Okay, I don't know why. I don't know why this photo is so blown out. Let me see if I can find a better one. Okay, like this. So this is this is in Ukraine, but this is the type of development that I'm talking about. I'll send you a link. So you have single family houses, but not standard American single family zoning, where you have houses that are put very close together and you don't have lawns because lawns are dumb and gay. And there you go. I really like development
Oh
like
yeah,
this.
I'm looking at it.
Yeah, because it gives people
That's good. That's
yeah,
good.
it gives people the dignity of like you
Very
know.
close together, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like screaming, maybe like the people next door will hear you or whatever. But if you want to
Yeah.
live in a
I
city, there have to be consequences, you know. And
think
the
it's
issue,
pretty.
yeah, I think so. And then the issue is like the suburbs that I take an issue with are shit like this, you know, where
Oh.
not just the uniformity, but like, can I get like an up close picture for the sake of my stream?
Yeah. That looks more like where I grew up, like just houses like that.
Yeah, one of the big issues is lawns too. Like lawns are just a net drain on everything because they take a ton of water to maintain. Nobody likes or cares about them, especially not in suburban areas. Nobody gives a shit about their lawn, and it doubles the size of the lot without adding any economic value to the property, meaning that the relative like tax valuation of the land doesn't scale in proportion, you know? So it's so anyway, don't get me
I think
wrong.
that's fair.
Yeah, I'm in favor of single family housing as long as it's done well, I guess. That's my, yeah, sorry. I'm rambling.
No, that is a perfectly
I have
good
an
point because I
autistic
think
special
single
interest here.
family. Nah, you're good. Single family houses are the American dream. Like people do want that. Like, and that's the problem with the financial situation that we're currently in. Oh, hold on. Hopefully my audio is still working.
It got a little
Um,
bit zoopy for a
Give me
second,
one
but it
sec.
happens.
Okay. AirPods.
Uh-oh.
They die sometimes, but I'm good. I'm good. So with the single family homes, the issue is that they're becoming more unaffordable, like inflation, housing prices, and I just I fear about that. But I think if we build smartly, if we start doing those things, then maybe it'll help. And maybe the zoning laws, maybe that is an issue. Maybe it is a problem, but I think it's just about building it smartly. And I think these are conversations that we do need to have. So
No,
yeah,
yeah, I agree. But
very informative.
there are a ton of industries where I feel like decommodification could be an effective solution to some like levels there, but it's also a very granular conversation. The thing I care most about is the worker democracy, which you agreed to in principle, which I appreciate, you know. Not to say that
Mhm.
that's you conceding to the glory of, you know, the socialist that, you know, the entirety of the thing, but the idea of like because I think it's very very agreeable in principle, you know. Um
Mhm.
we live in a democratic country for now. Uh, so I guess it would be my hope that the major institutions that we spend our lives beholden to would still be democratic. You know, even our local DMV is democratic by proxy because it's downstream government policy, which we do impact with our elections, not very substantively, but still. But companies, not so much. You know, you work there because you need the pay and you have no say. So hopefully that's something that gets more manageable with time, but I don't know. Wait, one last thing, by the way, as long as we're
Yeah,
on it,
yeah.
okay? How do you feel how do you feel about townhouses? I'm um I'm a big I'm a big townhouse fan in concept, where basically just like the close together single family homes, except instead of like building out wide, you build tall. Most of them are like 3 stories tall with like
On
four
it,
or five built to a block.
I've seen positive stuff about that. I know people like them. I here This is going to sound really weird. I wouldn't want to live in one myself, but I can understand why people like them. Now, my experience is this: I actually lived in a townhouse for a little bit. My parents did a downsizing at one point in time. Didn't work out. Thankfully, we don't live in a townhouse anymore, but we did at the time, and I just didn't like it. You could hear the neighbors through your walls. It wasn't ideal, and it was like basically all the stuff of apartment living. It felt weird to have other people basically like live in your house, but it's not your house. The houses were just so close together, and it was just it wasn't great, but it's like it's better than apartments. So I think if that's more affordable and it makes housing prices cheaper, then it's like if we look at a pure economic state, then maybe that does lead to a higher standard of living. If we're talking in that instance, maybe they are good, but all I know is that I personally do not like townhouses. I wouldn't want to live in one, but if it creates a higher standard of living for people who otherwise wouldn't be able to afford a house and they can afford a townhouse instead, I think that's undeniably better,
I
if
think
that makes
it's
sense.
like a medium thing. I think the
Okay.
rate with townhouses, I just linked you another. This is the most common type of prefab townhousing in Seattle, which is like
Mm.
now Seattle has its own housing issues, but in concept you can get on a space that has the same lot size as a medium-sized single-family home, you can get like townhouses that have the same
Hmm.
interior floor space as like a mission style one floor single-family home, albeit with a lot more exercise because you have to walk up and down stairs a lot. And I think these are pretty cool.
If that's the case, and building those makes it cheaper and more affordable for these families, and they get a higher standard of living than otherwise, then I think that that's obviously a good thing. Like
Yeah.
if we're looking at that from that side, yeah.
In socialist America. Well, God willing. Oh, sorry. Okay, it's been a while since I've gotten stun locked while in a conversation with another person. Um,
What
we're
do you
we're,
mean still not?
oh, yeah, like distracted. We're actually running
Okay.
pretty close to the end of stream, and I told my chat that I would read
Hmm.
donos before I ended. I didn't realize it had been 90 minutes already. Was there anything else that you had in your mind, like another big subject that you wanted to discuss?
Honestly, really pleased with how this conversation went. I think we covered a lot of ground, and I'm actually very happy. I wasn't sure what to expect going in. There's always nerves when you on a big stream like this. But yeah, I think I covered pretty much what I wanted to cover. I think we had a really
I
interesting
actually
conversation.
I did really oh, my cat jumped up. I did really enjoy the conversation. I
Really.
am curious and chatted as well. What's your opposition to drag?
Oh, I think I briefly mentioned this in my debate with Destiny last month. So my idea is, as a trans woman, I feel like it's like mocking me. And I worry that like people look at drag queens and they see trans women, it like spreads negative ideas of trans people. And it's like I feel like I'm being mocked. Like when you have a man who identifies as a man, wearing a dress or like putting on this exaggerated makeup, it just feels like it's insulting me. I just want to be seen as a normal woman. Like this isn't my community. I don't I mean, it runs deep,
Do you
and
think
it's like,
do you think a little bit's like a projected dysphoria thing a bit, where like there's like an innate discomfort with what feels like a pantomiming of something that you authentically have adopted? So when you see that, you feel like you're being kind of implicated.
I've heard this before. A lot of people said to me, I've heard this exact argument before. Oh, you just hate yourself. Like you're just
No, no, no.
transphobic to
I don't think that
yourself.
means you hate
Oh,
yourself or anything. I
sorry,
just mean like
sorry.
an extension of experiences that you had have probably made you like defensive about what you perceive to be like a component of like, caricature of a woman arguments, right? Like if a trans woman has spent a good chunk of her life trying very much to
Mm.
avoid being accused of being a man, I can imagine that like there might be some innate sense of discomfort around drag. Like I do get that. I'm
Oh,
not like
definitely,
yeah.
yeah. And it's like I worry because it's like so often in these like trans spaces, it's like such an unpopular opinion. Like I feel like I can't just say that out loud because it's like, oh, but these people are part of your community, and it's like I don't think that they are though. Like I mean, these people often use like slurs like the I guess I can say them because I'm trans. I just don't like saying these words at all, but I'll say them just so you know what I'm saying. Like I mean, we're talking the T slur and like the she male. I fucking hate those words, but those are like popular within like the drag community. The way that they like over exaggerate stuff, I've just it makes me feel very uncomfortable because it's like all my life, like you said, I've just been wanting to be seen as a normal woman, and that just like flies in the face of that. And also goes the part of they're trying to erase gender, they're trying to remove gender roles, and it's like I'm just trying to be normal. If people look at that and they see that's what LGBT is, or that's what I just want to be accepted in society. These people are promoting like and that's the thing. That's what most people think that trans people are. And it bothers me. It bothers me that people think that trans people are like that because we're not. It bothers me they have these misconceptions. And I think that drag being existing and the way that it is, I think it promotes that.
To be fair, you can't really defer to hegemonic gender norms by calling yourself normal. You're transgender. To a person who doesn't accept your identity, they would make the same arguments about you being a subversive attack on gender roles that you would make against trans people. Or sorry, not trans people, drag queens. You're just, one step you're like one rung further up the ladder, basically.
I absolutely hate being compared to drag queens. I don't like it. It's so different to what I am, and I think it's kind of insulting to say, well, you're not that far removed from a man in a dress.
In
It's
the
like to
sense
me that just feels like I don't like that.
Well, trans
I
people
don't
and
I don't
drag
think that's
queens are
true.
undeniably subversions of traditional gender values. Um, and in the sense that your criticism of drag queens is, I just want to be normal, you can't be normal if normal is being defined by normal gender standards, right? You kind of got denied that chance early on in life. You can be
But I
cool.
I can uphold female traditional gender standards,
That's fine, but you're doing
and
so
I
as a
do.
trans person. And again, that's not a normative statement on my part. Obviously, this is a pro-trans community, but I
No,
just think that a deference towards normality is, well, in your case, it's conditional, you know? I don't think normality is an inherently virtuous thing. You want to represent womanhood in a traditional and, what would you say, a hegemonic standard fashion, and I think that's perfectly fine. But I don't think it would be fair then for you to turn around and go like, well, I'm not abnormal like those people, right? Because, in this case, abnormal is very much a gradient upon which you both exist. That doesn't mean you're the same as a man who dresses as a woman, not by any means. It just means that you're both deviations from, like, hegemonic gender roles.
Oh, I don't believe that I differ from like gender roles. Like it feels weird to put someone in the box. It's like, oh, because you're a trans woman, you'll never be normal. You'll never fit in. You're just gonna be an outcast your whole life, no
I
matter
don't,
how
well, I
hard you
don't think
try.
that.
Like,
But I don't think you have to be an outcast or that you'll never fit in. But if normal is defined as stereotypical gender roles, then that is true. I don't think you can be that while being trans because you're trans. But that's not an insult. And that doesn't mean you're the
if I
same as
pass,
everyone else who defies gender roles.
but I don't believe that I do. I don't defy. If I'm just a woman who like passes, and I'm out there, everyone sees a woman, and no one knows that I'm trans except for me. That's not defying anything. I'm
Um,
not challenging anything. I'm
a
just existing
a cis
as me.
man who wears women's lingerie underneath his clothing is not perceived by others to be anything other than normal. But that is
Oh
still a
my
quiet
god,
defiance of gender roles, is it not?
that's different. That is a someone who identifies as a man wearing it. I don't like the fact that I'm being compared to someone who is like identifies as a man. I'm
We're
just a woman.
we're
It's
only
not the same.
talking. You are a woman. We're only
Yeah,
talking
I
about
know. I'm just
defiance
saying.
of gender roles here.
Oh, yeah, you could say like, oh, me being the woman. I think that's what you're trying to say. The fact that I transitioned at all is a
Yes,
defiance of what
you're the
people were
woman,
expecting.
but
Okay,
you're
I
yeah
think that's what you're trying to say.
yeah. Well, it's nothing to do with you not being a woman. It has to do with just the standards pertaining to cis versus trans people always having normativity hinged towards being cis. In the future, that might change. Maybe being trans is, you know, going to be so common that us sissies will be the weird ones.
Nah,
But
that'll never happen.
oh, maybe. Okay, my cat is biting my pants. Is there something you want? Can I help you? Here, wait. Okay, weirdo.
Oh my god.
Anyway, no, it's not about comparing you to drag or anything else. It's just that I don't like deference to normality because any argument you make about how drag queens aren't normal or whatever is an argument other people could make with the same standards against you, only because to them you are also not normal because you are trans.
But that's the problem. The problem is that we're being even seen in the same conversation when we shouldn't be. This is like, I don't believe that we're in the same ballpark or we're in the same spectrum or in the same thing. And I think the fact that you see it that way and that a lot of people see it that way is the problem. Like, yeah, there's a fact that, oh, at some point in time, me choosing to transition, deviated what from people expected from me. But what I actually perform and what I actually am does conform into what society says a woman should be. So, and I am a woman. I just am.
You are, of course, you're a woman. Nobody
No,
here is
and I know I know what we're trying to say.
right. It's just,
Yeah,
it's not. It's only in the category of defiance of gender expectations. Normal attitudes towards gender mean women are born women and men are born men. Anyone who believes that that's not the case, is to some extent abnormal. And standards are changing here. I just don't think you can ever make an argument against normality as a person who already defies normality in some other respect, because you're kind of implicating yourself. I mean, you have to know the vast majority of people who would criticize drag for being abnormal would criticize you for being abnormal. Um,
I've
even
seen a
if they're,
lot of transphobic people who love drag. I see a lot of turfs who love drag. I've seen it. A lot of alt
I'm,
writers who.
I feel there are. I'm sure that the drag community is on average quite a bit more. Well, turfs hate drag because turfs hate what they perceive to be caricatures of femininity. Um, there are definitely transphobes who like drag. I don't deny that. It's probably a more pro-trans like community than what you're going to find pretty much anywhere else, right? Even
Yeah,
RuPaul has had trans drag.
who's transphobic? Yeah.
RuPaul has absolutely done and said transphobic stuff. I don't know anything about what he's up to now, but I do know that the Drag Race, the show, has trans queens or kings. I don't has trans
It's good
people
for them
performing.
though. I don't think that's good for the mental health.
What if they want
Like,
to?
I think it's really fucked up that our society it's more acceptable to be seen as a man who dresses up as a woman for laughter and for fun for the audience than to actually just be a woman in current society. I don't think that that's a good thing. And I think the fact that trans people are feeling more accepted there than other places says a lot of problems within our
Well,
society.
some
And
some trans people, I think, just like the idea of gender expression being considered more fluid and more open and more expressive. And they want an escape from years and years of like hegemonic and oppressive standards for what they're allowed to do, say, present as, dress as, whatever else. But I don't think it's not a competition. Like, say, drag queens are more accepted than trans people, and even then, I don't know. I don't have any data on that. But say they were. Like, what's the competition? We should fight for acceptance for both groups, no?
I said, I think that drag goes against what I stand for. But I know what you're trying to say.
Don't you love
Um,
freedom?
I I do. It's like I'm not gonna go up to someone's face and be like, "You stop doing that." That's not what I'm going for. But I'm not gonna lie and say that it doesn't bother me. Right? I'll be upfront about that. And I feel like a lot of people. I mean, maybe I'm alone with us. Who knows? I've seen too many people say to me like, "Oh, well, this drag queen, she's prettier than you, and you actually like try." Isn't it so? Like I've seen people who are transphobic. They throw that in their face, and it's just so seen it so much. And the problem with trans people who do drag is that when you're doing drag, you have to understand you're not being seen as a trans woman when you're doing a drag performance. You are being seen as a man in a dress. And if you're a trans person, that's never a good place to be. I'll never understand a trans woman. Maybe if they're early in the transition, they're still, but even then, I just feel like that automatically should make you dysphoric.
I
I don't
mean,
know. I mean,
ain't it
that's
up
my
to
own.
them?
This is a me thing, probably, from
I'd
what I've
I'd
gathered.
say probably. I mean, they know what they're getting into, right? I think I don't the drag. Look, I'm not into drag at all. I don't know, like people. It's this whole like, well, they're a queen when they're up there, but not when they're not. I don't know what the standards are for trans drag queens. It probably depends on which one, if you ask them or whatever. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they like what they're doing, they're getting into. Drag queens are like a very small portion of the population. Um, they're like we're like trans people are like what, maybe 1 to 2% or something, maybe if extrapolated broadly. But if with drag queens, it's kind of like it's like an identity that's also kind of a profession a little bit. So it's a much more niche thing. I don't know. It seems to me like any arguments against them on the basis of normality can be applied pretty broadly, which would be bad for a lot of people. And that maybe there are some negative externalities, but like that's up to them, right? Like for them to manage.
I mean, like if someone's early in their transition, I want them to do what's happy. I said this before. I do not think that doing drag is good for a trans person to do. I think there's better ways to express yourself that don't, have society viewing you as a man in a dress and treating you like a man in a dress. I think there's ways to express yourself that, does it. And the problem with this culture, when you normalize stuff like that, is you have let's say you have a trans woman who transitions late in life, doesn't have the luxuries that I had, doesn't have supportive parents and all that stuff, transitions later in life, wears a dress in public. You have these very well meaning people who then misgender her, or they think that, she's a drag queen, or they think that she's all this other stuff. And that's the problem.
Well,
It's
that's
like, I
up.
just
I mean,
want
that's up to them, right? You can't limit the expression of queer people because you're afraid they individually might get blowback for it.
I'm,
Right?
I
I mean,
just want to live in a world where like I don't want to live in any else. Look, first of all, that's not what I'm saying. I want to acknowledge this is a thing because it bothers me. I want to live in a world where trans women who maybe don't have the luxuries to pass can wear a dress in public and like will automatically be she heard just for the fact of wearing a dress. And there's not like these weird they them politics, or there's not these weird, oh, you're so brave for being a man wearing a dress. Like, no, you're wearing a dress in public. Clearly, you identify as a woman. Like, I just want to
what
live
if
in that world where
what
it's
if a
like a
person
trans woman.
what if a
Yeah.
person really is just a man in a dress in public though?
Maybe that exists. I think it's rare. And I think I've heard this before. If you're a man in a dress, I think I had a debate with someone, I think this was brought up. And if you're a man in a dress and you get she heard, it's not going to bother you.
Would that mean,
Probably.
by extension, that trans women who are wearing jeans would be he himmed because jeans are historically masculine clothing?
A lot of women wear jeans. It's not the same thing. If it was a tuxedo, maybe, but I don't think that that's like nearly the same.
Well, what clothes would trans women have to wear dresses 24/7 then to get appropriately gendered?
No, not that's not. I just think that like if you wear a dress, like that is a clear sign that you are acting or you want to be seen as feminine. If you're a cis man who wears a dress, maybe that's a sign that like, hey, if you want people to see you as a man, you shouldn't be wearing a dress. If that is your intention to be seen as a man by society, wearing a dress does not sound like the smartest idea.
Well,
I think that that's a
aren't
fair
you
thing to say. I'm not saying that no one ever under any circumstances should not be allowed to do it. I think it's fair. You know?
Yeah, I generally agree people who wear dresses are going to be, it's you're signaling at least something closer to womanhood there. I feel like the goal though should be to get rid of these standards because these are the standards that you spent your life fighting against, right? Like if we're talking I don't think you're ever going to have a society that will effortlessly correctly gender a trans woman when identified, but will also think it's weird and aberrant when a man is seen wearing a dress. I think those are mutually exclusive. And it might be the reason why you don't like drag either. You want to be trans and to live in a world where you're treated as a woman, which is great, but you also want an upholding of traditional gender roles, at least the non-coercive sense. You
Yeah.
want them to be standardized and maintained. So what essentially you want is very selective gender liberation. And I think it's kind of an all or nothing
Yeah.
package.
I mean, like I said, that's why I feel so isolated from a lot of other trans people because that's just, to me, it makes a lot of sense. But when I explain it to other people, it's like it's become known to me over time that oh, this is literally just a me thing. But in my understanding, it's like makes so much sense. It's like it's so weird because like people look at me and they think I have all these like expectations for tearing down gender, and that's I think what you're implying there. When it's like I do think that it's important to have clothing that is like defined. Like if you wear this, this is a exclusively female clothing. Like you wear this, oh, people will see you as a woman for wearing this. I think that's important because gender expression is important, and I don't like this idea like because when you take that away, everyone wears the same bland uniform. People are only looking at biology at that point. And that's not, as a trans woman, that's not what I want. I don't want to, everyone wears the same bland clothing and then people just refer to you based on how you look based on your biological sex. I think that's the opposite of what I want. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Maybe I'm like way too into deep this because again, maybe it's just a me thing,
I
but I
think
just
that
worry. I worry about it. That's all.
I think a gender abolitionist society would be more accepting of trans people than you think it would.
I think that in some ways, but I think it'd be in the Twitter the Twitter version of transness, which is not the best version.
I'm not
And I think
entirely
it's the
sure what that
version that
means.
steers people away. You know what I'm saying? The people there's some cringy people on Twitter.
You're not that well, hold on. Wait. You're a liberal, okay? You don't get to talk about other people being cringe. Um
I'm cringe in my own
all of
ways.
you have been
I'm not
struck
immune.
by the cringe bat, all right? And frankly, as a cisgender person who has been secure in his cisgender identity for his entire life, um, all you trans people are cringier than me. Your path of self-discovery, your journey to actualize, involves way more awkward bullshit than I will ever have to deal with. So none of you get to talk down on any of the rest of you, okay? Only I get to do that. The with regards to the like Twitter trans or whatever, I mean they're just more liberal than you on this. They don't just want to succeed as a trans person within the system, they want to break down the system that was preventing them from succeeding on their own terms, and I can't blame them from that. There are legitimate issues, real harmful coercive effects to the way we treat people with regards to their gender or sex or whatever. And I think it's valid to want to approach those. Just keep in mind that all this is a long-term thing, right? Like I'm a gender abolitionist, but I still identify and present as a man pretty much uniformly. I don't think like it's going to be like next year Biden's going to drop with the femboyification gas and everyone's going to have to wear cat ears or whatever.
it has all of this, all the people on Twitter, it has implications for how it affects me. It has implications for how people see trans people. When I see someone who is a femboy who identifies with she, they, and they pronouns, that does not represent me. That does not represent what I'm going for. I don't
They're not
believe in
trying
that. I
to,
believe
though.
in he, she, and they.
But they
Yeah,
could say the same about
people.
you. You don't represent what they're going for. They would probably find your advocacy to be reactionary. So you could both say that about each other.
Hey, you know what? That's fair. I know that there's a lot of trans people that don't like, my opinions, and that's totally understandable. We can agree to disagree. But I think in a lot of instances, I mean, obviously, you read Bill of Rights, and I don't think I'm as extreme as her. I think she's a lot more extreme than me in a lot of cases. I don't agree with her in a lot of stuff. So I'm like not in either really. But I think there's a lot more people online advocating for the femboy, she, they, or maybe not that extreme, but you know what I mean. Like, there's a lot more people on that side of the spectrum than where I stand.
Just keep
And
in
I feel like
mind.
I want
Oh,
people, I want to
sorry.
be more palatable to the right. Is
You
that bad?
if you
Okay,
want
sorry.
to, sure, but
Yeah.
you'll be free to, even if they're free to do what they want. And keep in mind that 100 years ago, you just said women wear jeans. 100 years ago, women wearing jeans would have also been considered a radical and subversive deviation of traditional gender norms. There were suffragettes back in those days who were like, listen, I just want women to have the right to vote. I don't think we should be like wearing pants or being the primary breadwinner of the house. The line always moves eventually. And even in our lifetimes, people go outside in anime t-shirts these days. I say people as though I don't. That wasn't happening back in the 90s. I mean, not outside an incredibly niche, marginal group of people. Um, Overall, our standards for what is or is not acceptable to do, say, or present as have like changed tremendously. Even in our own lifetimes. Even your young age of 22, there's been a difference. I'm sure you know between now and a decade ago. So the line
Yeah.
moves whether we like it to or not. I'm generally in favor of freedom and free expression. So if people want to be able to dress however, I think that's nice. I like decoupling expression from identity in large part because I feel people who are willing to accept expression as a proxy for identity, but not identity itself, don't have a very strong ideological basis for supporting trans people. Or to put it another way, somebody who would look at you like wearing jeans and a t-shirt and he him you, but then look at you in a dress and she her you, probably isn't somebody who's like a reliable advocate for your identity as a woman, right? Even if they're looking at like presentation as a proxy, would you want them assuming he him if they just saw you in like gender neutral clothing, like
Oh,
jeans and a hoodie? So
no, no.
yeah,
I have long hair. I mean, I'm very feminized. If I wear, I'm not going to wear gender neutral. I mean, I only shop from like female clothing, but I can understand to some people it looks neutral, maybe. I don't
what
know.
if you had
But
what if
like,
you had short hair though? Like there are cis women with short hair. It's more popular now than it has been in ages.
I mean, I'm sure they exist. I think most trans women, though, if they want to be feminine, like that's an easy way to help your case to have long hair. I'm not saying you have to. I just think it's better if you're a trans woman and you want to be seen as a woman. It's better to have long hair. I think
it
that that's
makes
a
it
fair
it
thing to
makes it
say.
easier, but we're talking ideals here, right? Follow through with me here. Let's say you have short hair. I have, by the way, no clue what you look like. We're not making any judgments about how you look at all. But let's say you've got short hair and you're wearing boy mode clothing. You got a black hoodie and black jeans on. Whatever. It's you're rushing out to rent some videotapes from Blockbuster. Okay, and you get he himmed by a cashier. Errantly the fool, and you correct them and say she her. Now, do you want the response from that person to be, oh, well then why'd you cut your hair short or something like that? To me, to my mind, the sinister nature of the expression equals identity or assumes identity is that you're failing your identity by not expressing in that direction. But there are cisgender women who look like butch lesbians, right? Some of them look like men despite being cis women because of how they dress and present and so on. So I feel like that's an unreliable metric for validating identity because then you're at fault if you get misgendered, right? Like, oh, well, maybe you should have had little pink bows in your hair. Oh, maybe you should have worn a little pretty princess tutu dress. Then it's on you. And at that point, like, we're not really talking about trans liberation. We're talking about shackling you to a hyperbole of femininity in order for you to be accepted. And that to me sounds exhausting.
Well, I will say women with short hair, first of all, I mean, there's a lot of things I have to say. I've been writing stuff down. They're not exactly trying to act super feminine. I think the women who have short hair are much more in the camp of not in a spectrum, they're closer to gender abolitionism than the average person. Maybe not fully there. Maybe they're turfy, who knows? But like I said, when I'm talking about like this thing that I said with dresses, I'm only talking about like the most extreme examples. Like if someone's just wearing a basic t-shirt and jeans, like that is so gender neutral, and that is like the majority of what people wear, right? When I'm talking about a dress, that's obviously an example, like a dress or a skirt. That is like the extreme. That's really all I'm talking about. It's not. It might sound like a lot, but it's not really. I like that people have that option if they're struggling to pass, or they just want it to be known. They want the world to know that they're trying to express as a woman. They can do that, and that people are just gonna, yeah, or that they get the chance to look pretty and all that.
But do you
Also,
think
yeah,
it's
I
their
do.
fault?
I don't think it's their fault necessarily, but I do think that there are things they can do to help them. And if we want the best for these people, we can say, hey, it sucks that society's this way, but there are things you can do to help your case.
I agree that if a trans woman wants to be gendered correctly, there are definitely ways that she can present to increase the likelihood of that being the case. But there's a difference between the descriptive and the prescriptive there. The descriptive is anybody is going to be more likely to be treated as a woman if they wear super feminine clothing and present super feminine or whatever. But in a prescriptive sense, I don't think we should be saying that they ought to do that for any reason other than their own good, Like, it's not their responsibility to do that. The trans women should be accepted as women no matter how they present. You should never get the response of like, oh, well, if you wanted to be treated as a woman, you should have worn more feminine clothing.
I just think that I'm not saying that anyone like has to. I just think you should be encouraged to, and I think it's for your own self-interest to do so. I'm not saying you have to. I'm just saying that, if you want to be seen a certain way, these are things that can help you. And I think it should be encouraged. That's all I'm saying. And by the way, I'm going to touch back to a thing you said. I do agree with you to an extent that, clothing in a sense can be socially constructed, right? You go to history, they're like presidents that like they're kids, and you see their child photos, and they're like wearing a dress, and you're like, what the fuck? Why are they wearing a dress? And it's like boys wearing dresses. Apparently, that was a thing back in the day, or like heels were originally invented for men. All these things that I've been told before. It's like, okay, yeah, maybe there's some socially constructed thing. Okay, obviously I'm heavily attached to what it is now because I'm born the time that I'm in, so I can't imagine those things, being male. But I like the social constructs the way they are now. They are social constructs, like the way that people dress. I'm not denying that, but I do think it's important to have a distinction, to have something that is male and something that is female, for the reasons that I said before. That's just how I feel.
We're coming for your gender roles. We're going to break them. They're already breaking, The line is getting blurrier. I don't know if you're much of a Tinderite yourself, but all you have to do is go swiping through a major metropolitan area in the United States, and I swear to God, half these people are non-binary. Absolutely insane. Um,
The,
the future looks
sorry.
bright.
I think Tinder. I don't know if you know this. Tinder is a pretty transphobic app. If you go on Tinder and you label yourself as a transgender woman, and you're like you put yourself as a woman, a lot of men will report you on the app, and if you get a lot of reports, they'll just automatically ban you. So like trans women will go on Tinder and they will get automatically banned for simply putting that they're a trans woman in their
Oh
bio.
yeah, it's super fucked. I totally agree.
So like obviously you have, and there's another issue with society. You have like AFAB people, assigned female at birth, putting non-binary, and they have these straight men on these apps who basically just see them as women, and they don't fully understand it. They're just like they don't care. It's just kind of like weird too. Like that is definitely a thing that happens. So like when you're talking about that, it's like these. It's weird, and that's the whole thing that I'm not really qualified to totally get into. But yeah, it doesn't shock me that is a thing that's happening,
I think
and why
I
they're
think with
not
the
getting
non
banned and trans women are.
I think the non-binary stuff. Well, I think people discriminate more against binary trans people than non-binary people in some
Mm-hmm.
respects, depending on their perceived presentation. If you have a feminine person who's AFAB, who presents as non-binary, they're probably not going to have much trouble hooking up with guys who are straight, because at the end of the day, sexuality and gender don't map onto each other perfectly, right? Like, there are straight guys who would rail the fuck out of femboys. Life is complicated. What are you going to do? Um,
So,
the,
what is your straight? But whatever.
I'm sorry?
If you like femboys, you're not straight, but whatever.
Well, I'd say there are people who are in their entire lives exclusively interested in women who would want to rail the fuck out of femboys. Regardless of how people want to go about defining, sexuality or what have you, which is not something I can settle here. Yeah, I don't know. People are getting more free-flowing with time on stuff like this. I think it's generally a good thing. The difficulties that you've gone through growing up as a trans person, I think are going to be alleviated significantly in a world where people have less strong opinions on what men and women ought to be. A world where people have strong opinions that women ought wear these clothing, ought dress this way, present this way, and men so on and so forth, are probably going to have stronger institutional and cultural barriers to trans people being accepted than if people have just kind of this laissez-faire attitude, which is what I prefer. I don't think there have been any negative externalities to that laissez-faire attitude just yet.
I mean, like I said, it's not the direction I want to see. It seems like it's the direction that's going to win the cultural war, and that's where we're going to be 10, 20 years from now. And I'll let you know if I think society's better. I think society overall will get better for trans people. And by the way, just want to bring it back to that. You say that you think society is going to get better for trans people. That means that the Republicans aren't going to win and cause a genocide against trans people.
It really depends on whether or not they win. Yeah, you know what? I do think that life will get better for trans people because we'll be successful. We'll fight back, okay? We'll do our Katniss Everdeen revolution against the Republican coup, and we'll institute
the first 30 minutes. That's all I'm saying.
We'll institute a trans unionist empire. I really have enjoyed the conversation. Can I have to ask, are you at all familiar with ContraPoints?
Yeah, I am. I like her stuff. I mean, there's some stuff I disagree with her. I don't think she should be canceled. I think the people trying to cancel her are weird. Don't agree with her fully with everything she says. She blocked me on Twitter. Contra, if you're watching this, how dare you block me on Twitter?
No, she blocked me too. She's not watching.
Okay, cool.
There's a whole thing. If you so disagreements aside, there's a video she did called Cringe. A lot of which has to do. Have you seen it?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, a lot of it has to do with the unique life experiences that Contra has had as a trans woman, impacting her perception of the acceptability and moral status of deviant behavior when perceived in other trans people, or at least gender non-conforming people. And I thought it was interesting. You said a few times while talking about your opinion on drag queens and such that it's a you thing. Well, if it is a you thing, then there's a lot of yous, I think. I think that there are people. Now, mind you, I don't think that an emotional bias in that form is an acceptable justification for a political position. So there are a lot of yous who should get over it, but I understand and sympathize with your perspective on that.
Yeah. I'm glad. I think Contra, that was a good video. The only thing I will say, though, is like a lot of the videos about Chris Chan. And I'm of the belief that people like that and Jessica and Eve, they're awful people, but we shouldn't be making them famous. When you think of a trans people, those shouldn't be the first names in your mind. Like the fact that those are some of the first people that people think of when they think trans people, that's a problem. Because when you think of trans people, you think of crazy people. And that's not the image that we need to be having of trans people. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, you can blame the media for that, right? They'll always pop up the big, the people they can make the... Listen, when people Google trans, they should see me, okay? That's what I'm talking about. I'll rep the cause. I do appreciate you coming on. Sincerely, I really do. Do you have anything that you would like to shout out?
I guess I will shout out myself. I have a YouTube channel. I have a TikTok. Just follow me. I'm Rose Millet. Anywhere you can find me. If you liked what I had to say, even if you didn't, you want to leave a hateful comment, I don't think there's going to be that. There might be a few. It's okay. I'm all for discussions. You agree or disagree? Have fun. That's all I got to say. I really enjoyed being on here. Very pleasant conversation. Pleasantly surprised at how well this went.
Yeah, you heard it here, folks. Go be hateful. I won't stop you. Thank you. Ideally, don't. Yeah. Yeah. Quickly retracting that permission.
She's gonna get clipped.
Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. You too.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
I actually really like that convo. I don't know. I thought that was a pretty good convo. I think, yeah, she's pretty smart. I like talking with her. Same went crazy. Well, I disagree with her on a ton of shit, but if the convo's good, you know, I think it's the what do you call it? The discursive value. I mean, how much do we actually get through? Like, I feel like we talked about a lot. Um, Smart what? No, yeah, I think that. Yeah. Ignore the pro-life bit. I don't want to talk about abortion. I hate talking about abortion. Um, Why are you only nice to right-wingers? You know what? Because right-wingers are only nice to me. Also, she's not a right-wing, I don't think. Very idiosyncratic values. Hey, Not Just Bikes. Hello. Glad you could pop in right when single-family homes come out. I love that I tuned to Vosh stream when for the first time once he's talking about single-family homes. Yeah, I'm repping what I learned from you, my brother. My European, I forget where you're at right now. Your European brother. I think she's in the process of figuring out a lot of stuff. She's in the awkward political stage. I think it was a productive conversation. I feel like my understanding of the conversation really started to make sense once I learned that she was 22. I don't want to come off as condescending or whatever, but there's a very specific political vibe that you can get from people who got involved in 2016 because everything is framed after that, and like it can just lead to a distortion of some things. Yeah, I don't mean to condescend or whatever. Like, you know, I wasn't that politically active before 2016. It's just something that I've noticed. But I think that she's smart. Like, see if I can keep talking to her, like I can talk with her in the future or whatever. Um I wonder if trans women who want to uphold traditional gender roles might be signal boosted. The thing is, like, I don't want to go too hard with her on shit like that because, like, again, it's kind of sad, but like, there are like a lot of those perspectives are like insecurity, right? Like Contra talked about that a lot. Contra's talked about how one of the last old school transsexuals who doesn't want to be the circles with the pronouns, you know, all that shit, and Contra, the whole video about, you know, morbid shame or morbid cringe or whatever. And like, yeah, I know that stuff comes up. I try to go easy with some of the trans stuff. The main thing that gets me is when people lie. So Blair White lies. Blair White went on Joe Rogan and talked about how she knew she was a girl since she was 5, but also on Twitter said, like, the liberals are claiming children know their gender at 5. No one knows their gender at 5. You know, so like, Blair White will just knowingly lie to be a pick me. I do not think the person I talked to was dishonest in any way today. I don't think she was. I don't think she was dishonest. And that matters a lot to me. You know, that matters a lot to me. She wants to appeal to conservatives, which warp all her views. I mean, she probably has like conservative coworkers, like peers, family, or neighbors. And a lot of her perspective is influenced by that. My perspective is influenced by the fact that I never go outside, you know, so that affects me a little bit as well. Yeah. No, I hope I can talk with her in the future too. I mean, we'll see if any of her positions change or whatever. Um, yeah. She's pro-life. Well, yeah, she's pro-life. I doubt she's pro-life because she hates cis women or trans men or whatever. If I had to take a guess, I'd make an ass out of myself by guessing. What do they say? An assumption makes an ass out of you and me. I wonder if her pro-life position has anything to do with her overstating the beauty and the value of being able to procreate, like, and give birth as a trans woman, like as an envy thing. That's like hardcore armchair analyzing or whatever. I don't know if that's the case. Hopefully it doesn't come across like I'm back talking her or whatever, because that's not my intention. I'm just curious. Um, is she religious? Oh, I don't know. You need to read about drag. I know a little bit about drag, but again, that was, I think she basically admitted that was an insecurity thing. I don't want to argue against insecurities of a trans person. I just don't want to. It's not interesting to me. The drag stuff is interesting to me. I have zero interest in drag. The only time I ever had an interest in drag is when I matched with on Tinder in LA with I think he was a black drag queen who worked in West Hollywood who would do routines dressed up as Beyonce. Um, and my interest in drag for that was limited pretty much entirely to me wanting to rail him. As an art form, yeah, that's very West Hollywood. Yeah, I'm here for the ass, okay? In terms of like drag, in terms of drag is like a broad thing, you know, I don't know that much about it, but And new Israfil, well, you talk with people, you know, you get what you can. You actively hated drag queens in college and only wanted shows to look at hot gays with me. So yeah, okay. Well, listen, can we agree on this? Drag queens tend to be super annoying because a lot of them are fucking gay. They're fucking gay guys. Of course they're annoying. Yeah. So so you know, my bias there is I can say it. Drag shows in Humboldt low key suck ass too. I think they're good. Yeah, I can say it. I'm also annoying. What's with the weird cis female fetishization of drag? You mean cis women fetishizing? I don't know. Fucking who knows what women like? I don't know. Crazy. Anyway, I really enjoyed the conversation. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that we had it. She sent me a really long email with disagreements that she had, and I considered not responding to it at all because when my brain sees more than 2 paragraphs in an email, I wonder if I should punish them for the hubris of making me read words. Um, did you read it? Yeah, I read it. I'm glad that I did though, because you know, it ended up being a good conversation. God, fuck! It's past 3. I have donos to read. You know, we have a debate tomorrow as well. Do you guys remember Kendon Farr, a conservative TikToker? We had a convo. Let me get a picture. Oh, this is my debate. Yeah, this was back like a year ago, basically. We talked about critical race theory. We're going to talk again, I think, about trans stuff. But whether trans women are women or something. You glue up? Getting a haircut definitely made me more attractive. That's for sure. Was it not an Israel debate? Maybe. The LGBT section of your mega doc on Twitter today? Oh, true. This is true. You've managed to make your widow's peak less noticeable? Well, because Why are you being weird? Shut up. Okay, look, I wanted to read donos, but that convo went on longer than I expected. Let me... Can I read it tomorrow? Can I... Look, I love you guys very much. You're beautiful. We'll do a... No, Vosh, you won't read it? I do eventually read it, you know? I get around to it. I just... Professional streamer, by the way. Yeah. All right, who can I host? Let me get around to it. Let's see. I see Keffels just chatting, addressing Vosh's criticisms of me. What fresh hell have I invoked? What? Well, fuck, I have to send you guys there for that, don't I? That's like too funny to avoid. Okay, well, good luck. Be nice. I have no idea what she's referring to here. Literally none whatsoever. She's fishing for drama? Well, then we're throwing fish in the pond. It's probably a joke. It's probably a joke. Anyway, have fun, you guys. She's still in the pre-stream screen. So, so the stream hasn't started yet, but you have to wait there, okay? All right. That's not how fishing works, Lamau. Well, yes, it is. If there's a pond and you're fishing and somebody dumps a bunch of fish in there, then the fishing gets easier. What do you mean? All right. I love you all very much. You're beautiful people. Please take care of yourselves. Remember that if you are not a member of my Discord and you don't follow me on Twitter, you're basically not even a human being. And you will be punished. Take care. I'll see you all tomorrow morning.